Okay, we're going online.
Welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
I want to call the board to order, and we have closed session we will be going into. If the public would like to participate or see the meeting, they can Zoom in, and if you go to the board's agenda for today, the Zoom contact is online. We have a new clerk to the board, Ms. Simpson. Welcome. Would you like to read our closed session items, please?
Yes, the closed item agenda today is item number 1, conference with labor negotiator. Labor negotiators Judy Hawkins and Shay Johnson regarding employees organizations, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit, and unrepresented employees, elected officials, and Board of Supervisors. Item 2, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, Howard Todd Barr versus Calaveras, or County of Calaveras. Item number 3, public employment, titles and Health and Human Services Agency Director, Public Works Director, Planning Director. Item 4, conference with counsel regarding matters posing a threat to the safety of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's rights of access to public services or facilities. And item 5, conference with real property negotiator Joshua Pack regarding price and terms of payment for the following properties affected by the state route for Wagon Trail Realignment Project, Phase 1. County negotiators are Joshua Pack and Doken Engineering.
And do you want to do the two after that, 1 and 2?
Yes. Number 1, there is Toscarian Ranches, and number 2, Scott Frazier.
Thank you. Does any member of the public have anything they would like to address on any of these closed session items?
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. This board will adjourn into closed session. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, she's great. She's got great. Told us for Stephanie, she's fast. She did pretty darn good too.
I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and just remind the public, you can Zoom in on the meeting. Is that an action verb, Zoom in? Yes, it is now an action verb. And the Zoom is on the agenda, so if you go to the board's agenda, you'll be able to, on your iPad or laptop, you'll be able to Zoom in. Would you all please stand for the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any staff announcements, Ms. Simpson?
Staff announcements, we have the county, Lisa Medina and Barbara Sullivan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. I would like to let the board and our community members know that the last event that we had prior to Thanksgiving, just a few days, was a major success. We microchipped over 39 animals and provided food to our community's pets, including 50 dogs and 47 cats. And yes, we did have treats for humans, so that was success as well. Our community members that visited us expressed their gratitude for our services, and we would like to thank them for reaching out and coming out to see us. We would also like to thank Senders Market for their generous donations that they have provided for the last several events that Animal Services has held, and Focus has put on as well. We will continue to serve our community and provide outreach to our community members and their furry family members. Animal Services plans to have free microchip events at least once a quarter moving forward. And for those who could not make it on this last event, we hope to see you in February for our Valentine's event. And that is all I have. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Ms. Sullivan?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and public. I'm sorry, I think I was muted. I wanted to welcome everybody to December. I hope everybody's doing well. And I wanted to remind all the taxpayers of Calaveras County that the first deadline is approaching on December 10th, this Thursday at 5 p.m. If anybody has any questions, they can go to our webpage at taxcollector.calaverasgov.us to view their taxes, see if they're paid, and also they can call us at 754-6350. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other staff comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to public comments. If any member of the public has an item that they would like to discuss that is not on the agenda and under the purview of the board, please.
Madam Chair, it's Mayor Oliveira. I'm wondering if we could read in as roll call to become.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Joe. We meant to do public updates before general public comments. I appreciate your catch on that. We're going to, excuse me, my error, back off on the public comments and go to the public health update. The City of Angels will be joining us. Mayor Oliveira, would you like to introduce the city, please?
Sure. We'll just do that through roll call. Melissa, are you in a position to do that? Roll call for us. Melissa Eads?
Jen Preston is on the call. I believe that she'll be doing roll call for the city.
Great. Thanks, Jen.
Okay. So the roll call for the city is Mayor Joseph Oliveira,
Present.
Vice Mayor Alvin Brolio, and Councilmember Linda Herman.
Present.
Councilmember Amanda Follendorf.
Present.
And Councilmember Veronica Matilde. Absent. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, we've got a quorum. We'll be officially part of the meeting. We'll read a public comment after the regular agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Joe. This is your last meeting with the Board of Supervisors, is that correct?
Yeah, I think so, unless some crisis comes up in the next couple of weeks.
Are you still in Hawaii?
No, ma'am. I'm back here with a 50-degree differential in the temperature.
Thank you. Welcome, City. I'd like to turn the meeting over to Public Health for an update on COVID-19.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the City Council, Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. So today is December 8th, 2020, and I'm going to begin first with some statistical updates as well as higher level updates for COVID-19 and its impact here in Calaveras County. With me today is my colleague, Doug Archer, CEO of Mark Twain Medical Center. He'll be able to provide additional information on hospitalization impacts and hospital impacts from COVID-19. So today, as of December 7th, actually, because it's still the morning of December 8th, and numbers will be updated later today. Statewide numbers for COVID-19 is 1,366,435 COVID-19 positive cases statewide. There have been 19,935 deaths. Our statewide positivity rate is at 8.4%. In Calaveras County, as of December 7th, we reported in our Friday, twice a week snapshot that we do, 556 COVID-19 positive cases, 22 deaths. Since then, you can see on our state snapshot that number has risen to 606 positive cases, of which will continue to be updated throughout the day. And we will release updated numbers as part of our Tuesday-Friday update, with today being Tuesday. That update will go out this afternoon. Again, with the remaining 22 deaths. Our Calaveras positivity rate is at 12.9%. I wanted to make sure that everybody saw in our last press release, as we indicated, that we will be moving away from reporting out via supervisorial district to reporting out via zip code. Our technological advancements have allowed us to be able to pull that data, and so you will see going forward information being reported out by zip code. Trends, as you can see and have been seeing, we are experiencing significant increases in positive cases of COVID-19. Some of the suspected sources is approximately 15% of COVID-19 cases are suspected to be exposed from out of county. Approximately a quarter of those cases have an unknown exposure, and approximately another quarter, a remainder of those cases are suspected to be out of county exposure. I use that word suspected because people are not doing one specific thing, and so this is what the contact tracing and epidemiological data has showed, that there is the likely potential. What's important to remember, though, is that COVID-19 is here in Calaveras County, and it's many places. So all of the mitigation efforts that we've been communicating since the onset of the pandemic still remain as important as ever. The concept of washing one's hands, keeping distance, not going out if you're sick, wearing your face covering, and all of the things, also wiping down surfaces, all of those efforts that we've all become very we're all very familiar with by this point, still remain our best prevention. At this point, I'm going to pause and turn it over to Doug to give a little bit of information on the local hospital impact. I did want to remind everybody, and I will return with a decent amount more of updates, particularly as they pertain to the regional stay-at-home order and our tier status. But I did want to utilize this time in the update to go ahead and have Doug provide an update.
Great. Thanks, Kristen. Good morning, public. Good morning, supervisors. So Mark Twain is actually, we peaked last week. We had 6 inpatient COVIDs, but we've discharged quite a few of those since. We currently have 1 COVID positive patient in-house. They're in ICU. They've been with us for a little over 2 weeks. This patient is pretty sick. They are vented. But I think it's very encouraging that we've discharged 5 patients home in the past 10 days with COVID. So that's a good sign that they're healing and getting better. As far as treatments go, we still have remdesivir in stock. We've got about 100 vials of remdesivir, which will treat about, 17 or so patients. We have access to get more if needed. We also have convalescent plasma that we've been using with good success. I think our partnership with public health, with Kristen and Chris Edgerly as well, has been a huge help. It helped us maintain our PPE stock, and just, good partnership so we can plan, and especially with things like the vaccine coming our way, how we're going to do that. That's going to be an undertaking. Today we have, again, 1 COVID positive patient. We have a high census though. We have 14 total patients in-house. Our average census is closer to about 8.5. So we do have a high census. We have for probably the last 6 or 8 weeks. It creates a bit of a staffing challenge for us. We're doing pretty well right now, but I think that is our biggest concern going forward is staffing. I think that goes for the whole healthcare industry. To date, we have only had, we're very proud of this, I'm knocking on wood, we've only had 6 staff convert to positive COVID. And out of those 6 staff members, we have not identified any of them have been exposed at work. They've all been social or family exposures. So that's a really positive thing for us. Those are the highlights of our COVID statistics. I don't know if there's any questions or anything else you want me to cover, Kristen.
Actually, I was hoping that I could just finish a couple of updates, Doug, and then you and I can both take questions from members of the board as well as City Council. Okay, thank you again for providing that update. I wanted to now move us on to a large modification that has occurred over the past few days. So as you know, and it was released to the public, the regional stay-at-home order is now in effect in California. And what that does is it instructs Californians to stay at home as much as possible. The purpose of it is to help stop the surge that we're currently in and prevent overwhelming the intensive care unit capacity of local hospitals. The regional stay-at-home order, again, is based off of intensive care unit bed availability, but it's for a region. So when that bed availability falls below the 15% percentage, the components of the regional stay-at-home order go into effect. Calaveras is part of the San Joaquin Valley, and it includes the counties of Calaveras, Fresno, Kern, Kings, Madera, Mariposa, Merced, San Benito, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Tulare, and Tuolumne. So as a region, we have dropped below that 15% ICU availability capacity. As of December 7th, the ICU bed availability for the region, again, the region was 6.3%. As we just heard from Doug, locally our ICU availability is more than the 15%. But again, the regional stay-at-home order is based off of the regional ICU bed availability. The order makes quite a number of significant modifications, requiring some sectors to close in entirety, as well as enhances mitigation efforts, 100% masking, decreases in occupancy, and those types of efforts. So that has been released as part of our local press releases. There's a number of factors, and again, I can take questions on specifics of that a little bit later, but that's the overarching regional stay-at-home order. Again, Calaveras does remain in the purple tier because we still are under the framework of the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. Preparations continue for vaccine distribution, as Doug foreshadowed slightly a few minutes ago. Calaveras is anticipated to receive our first amount of vaccine. And when we receive that, we will be utilizing the state-identified prioritization for vaccine distribution. That includes a prioritization first for the first tier being for healthcare providers in acute care settings, such as at Mark Twain Medical Center, skilled nursing facility staff and residents, and emergency medical services first responders. We are working with our partners through the Healthcare Coalition to go ahead and continue our planning efforts for the vaccination and are well prepared for being able to do the distributions when we receive them and as we continue to receive them. Testing continues to be a concern for everyone. We do not have, as you know, a state-sponsored testing site here in Calaveras. We are diligently working with the state right now to obtain our own materials so that the Public Health Department can do our own testing. We are also working on a collaborative effort with Tuolumne County as well as the state to partner to obtain at least a day for the traveling team who will be doing testing here in Calaveras County. So as those efforts can come to fruition, which we expect they will in the near future, we will make sure that that information is available to the public. For now, again, testing does remain an issue, but there are sites available. The site that was always meant to serve both Tuolumne and Calaveras County at the fairgrounds in Sonora remains an option. Individuals can also go to our website. We have a number of other fairly local testing sites, such as in Amador or in Lodi. That information about where those locations are, as well as the times, are available again on our website, and we have been pushing out for our social media. We would like to also remind the community, flu shots remain of utmost importance this year. You can obtain those by contacting your healthcare provider or visiting a local pharmacy to see if they also are doing the distribution of the flu shot. Again, very successful flu distribution that we did earlier. I believe it was in the month of November. Lastly, I just wanted to emphasize that and again, highlight the efforts of the community as a whole, doing a great job to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, as well as the highlights of our partners at the hospital, at the local skilled nursing facilities, everybody doing their very best to try to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Also highlight the amazing efforts of the Health and Human Services Agency public health team. Our ask to our community would be our contact tracers and our contact investigators are extremely busy at this time for very obvious reasons. When we reach out to you, please answer your phone. Please provide the information. It's very helpful, as contact tracing has been a scientifically proven method for mitigating the spread of communicable disease. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight that we do have a request for proposal on the streets right now to identify a new health officer. So if anybody in the healthcare community, a licensed physician, is interested, you can find that on our county's website, request for proposal. And again, any of those questions can be directed to the county administrative office. I will close now and ask if there are any questions from the board or the city council for either Doug or myself.
Thank you. Does the city council have any questions of Ms. Stranger or Mr. Archer?
None here. Linda or Amanda, anything?
No.
I have just one question. Do we have any idea when the vaccine would be coming?
We are anticipating the first round for the tier within the next few weeks. It'll be a limited number, of course, as you saw in the governor's press conference. He said approximately 327,000, and I'll let Colleen weigh in if I'm misquoting any of this, for the statewide for the first amount of doses. And so we're anticipating that first round for that first tier within the next few weeks. Colleen, do you wish to correct me?
Ms. Stranger, how would that roll down to Calaveras County?
I do not know, Madam Chair, at this moment what the actual amount of vaccine will come to us. That 327,000 number has not been, our county local health departments are not yet aware about the actual numbers that will be going to the various
will
local
the application for Calaveras be the same as the state tier 1, 2, 3? Okay.
It will be. That is a statewide tier.
Mr. Garamendi, do you have some questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Kristen. Again, we can never fully thank you enough for the work that you're doing and have done for this county. You're going to be deeply missed. But my questions today are, primarily around. Obviously, we've got this thing raging out of control. These numbers just prove that. So the question I've got is, I'm getting a lot of questions from constituents who are concerned about the cost and availability of testing. We know that there's a free testing site in Sonora, but a lot of the people that I represent, especially up country, would orient closer. They're not going to go from West Point to Sonora to get tested. And so I'm getting a lot of, when I suggest that people go get tested, they usually come back and say, well, CVS is going to charge my insurance, and I'm not sure whether I'll get billed or the federal government. And so there's a lot of questions about having to pay for these testings. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about where free testing is available. I'd also like you mentioned the mobile testing facility that we're working on, which would be hugely vital for areas like mine, especially in places like Railroad and West Point, to bring people in to get tested. So I was hoping you could unpack the mobile thing a little bit and talk a little bit about where people can find free testing.
Gladly. Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. So the free testing sites, which are state-sponsored, are, as you just said, in Sonora, but there's also one in Jackson as well. So particularly for community members in West Point, that might be a closer proximity option. Those are, again, the state-sponsored testing sites. What we're working on, again, is moving back to what I was saying about the obtaining our own supplies so that we can do our own testing here as the local health department. We would take, knowing our geographical spread of our county, our approach would be utilizing a mobile testing site, and that is what we believe will best serve our community. And so when we are able to obtain those supplies, the approach would be to go to various areas within our community to be able to enhance testing as well as address many of those travel barriers that you were just highlighting. That would be also that would be a no-cost option because again, that would fall along the same lines as a state-sponsored testing site, right? Because it's materials just we are doing that. So that is those two pieces. Let me know if I missed anything.
No, do you have, I mean, this is, I know we're dealing with the state to get permission to do this, but do you have a timeline on when we might be mobile and managing our own process here?
Colleen, I'm hoping you're back on the line. I don't know exactly when I'll be able to do that. I don't have a specific time frame. I can just tell you that is the number one thing we are advocating for as the health department. But you know, we're advocating with a number of other counties right now asking for the same thing. So I can't commit to a specific time frame. I can tell you that we're less far out from, at a minimum, obtaining at least 1 day a week here in our county from the partnership between Tuolumne with the state-sponsored mobile site, because they're going to be implementing those as well. But I think we're a bit off time-wise before we are able to obtain our supplies to do our own, which is not my favorite answer to give, but it's the truth.
So we're going to be bringing it back from, it'll come from Sonora or from the Tuolumne Fairgrounds back to our fairgrounds a day a week or something like that?
Perhaps not our fairgrounds. We're identifying potentially a different option. It'll be based off of capacity, but it will be in county is what we're working on, yes.
And you want to...
Kristen, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Colleen.
Okay, sorry about that. So Supervisor Garamendi, our intention is to absolutely get sites actually at a number of the places that you mentioned. How we would do that is we have to wait for the test to come from the state. And we have submitted all of the application and all of the forms. We're just waiting for the test to actually arrive into county. And then once we do that, it's a matter of getting staff up and running and getting those folks out. The 1 day a week testing that Kristen is speaking of is that Tuolumne has what's called a traveling testing team, and those folks are going to be coming over to Calaveras 1 day a week at a site that we're working on. Because if I think Kristen has mentioned this, the site requirements for the state testing sites are quite rigorous, and so we're trying to find a location that will meet all of their requirements. Once we get that into place, which should be fairly soon, we will be announcing that to everyone, and it will most likely be anywhere from a 10 to 12 hour opening where folks will be able to come and get tested at that location.
So you want to throw any spaghetti on the wall and give me a general timeline? Are we talking months? Are we talking days? What do you want
we're
to talk
definitely
to our
not.
Constituents about?
Sorry, we're definitely not talking months. We're talking probably weeks at most. That said, though, everything that we're doing is dependent on the state. So we are dependent on them. So if something happens, all of these tests that we would be receiving from the state and then the traveling testing team that would be coming over, all of those tests go to the testing site in Valencia, which is now the state-run testing lab. And so as a result of that, they're kind of metering how much, how many tests they're putting out there because of a capacity issue, and they want to make sure that they're able to run all of the tests that they receive.
So when they get to us.
So what?
But please know that we are advocating very hard and very frequently. Both Kristen and I are really
really advocating very strongly with the state.
I'll let you guys off the hook here, but if there's anything that this board or your supervisors can help you with via, finding locations, advocating a letter, whatever it is, I think I speak on behalf of the board. Let us know.
We definitely will. Thank you for that. I can tell you that the first piece of what you just said, local level, finding locations, that is the easier part. The secondary part about receiving what we need is slightly more difficult.
Right. I mean, we can look around. Everybody's got a spot.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Kristen, you know that I've long been questioning whether or not there's a high degree of accuracy in the PCR testing procedure. And having read several dissertations from the developer of the test, who also received a Nobel Prize for doing it, and he also is questioning why that PCR test is being used the way it is. So I'm not exactly convinced that the numbers that we're getting here from the state or even on our death notices really are indicative of the true situation. My question would be, and I thank you for putting together the zip codes. I've been asking for that for a long time. But has the checking and backgrounding of these particular cases led to specific hotspots? Remember, I talked about hotspots even a long time ago. Are there specific restaurants? Are there specific businesses? Are there specific types of businesses that carry a higher risk? If we and the public would know what those are, then there can be some intelligent decisions made to either participate or stay away from a given area or location or business based upon the potential risk. And we all have to take some personal responsibility for our own risk here. So is there any particular business types within specific zip codes that you could point to that the public should be aware of?
So, Supervisor Mills, I'll start with the back end of your question first and then move to the front part. So, the statement you just made about so that, if we knew which specific businesses, we can take better precautionary, and excuse me, I'm not saying that exactly how you said it. But I think what we would like for everybody to know more so is to focus more on acting as if everyone you are coming in contact might have COVID-19. And not heighten your measures just because you're going into a certain business that we've reported out on. That general practice is the best practice, the best prevention. Anything that we've identified in our community that has been a significant outbreak, we have shared in our press releases. And those are, we'll continue to take that measure. We have not been able to utilize contact tracing or epidemiological investigations and pinpoint one specific business that, other than the ones that we've highlighted again as significant outbreaks in our press releases. But no, the answer is we haven't identified a large-scale business. Again, this is where the concept of contact tracing and investigation becomes more difficult, though, because we could find multiple people who have gone of one place, but we can't with 100% certainty say that they contracted COVID-19 from that particular place, right? Because they're doing things beyond visiting one specific thing. That's why we use the word suspected when we report out of information. I would say that taking your question a level higher would be that the framework that the state is utilizing in terms of putting the modifications to certain businesses and how they should operate, indoor or outdoor percentages, those are based off of science. And so if you're asking me about which sectors are more risky versus others, I would turn you or anybody who's asking me that to those to the state direction on that, because that's what's been identified as the higher risk. And of course, this is an evolving situation. So as we learn more, modifications are made. But locally, we have not identified one specific business in one particular zip code that we would say is causing extreme spread. It's more the fact that COVID-19 is everywhere, and so we should act accordingly.
Well, as a former member of the EMS community myself, I already know what precautions I need to take, and as you can tell, I'm doing fine. despite my age. I'm very concerned the state would step into this, what I call lockdown. You can't shut businesses down for long periods of time and then literally start them back up and then shut them down again. I mean, this is not going to bode well in our economy here. And I think that we as the elected in this county need to take some responsibility here, put an item on the agenda when these kind of actions need to be taken, and actually take it and put it to a vote and tell our public exactly where we are, where we stand on it, so that it doesn't just rest upon your shoulders and anybody who's appointed to do the job, but leave the elected who represent to truly do their job. So I'm not in support of lockdown at this point. I think that this is a death knell for a lot of businesses. I've heard the tears, I've heard the pain, especially in my district and in some areas in District 3. And I just don't want to see us with a dark Christmas, and that's kind of where it's going. I'll take this to another level, and that is in the 14th Amendment, the first paragraph at the end. It says something about without due process. There has been no due process here. There's nobody that's been deemed to be a threat to the community and then turned around and gone to court and, in essence, contained them or kept them under some kind of a lockdown. That being said, in Title III of Calaveras County Code, if you're a dog that's a threat to society here, you have to go to court to determine whether or not that dog needs to be incarcerated. So evidently right now in California, especially in Calaveras County, dogs have more rights than people. And I really have a problem with wanting to take it to the level it's being taken based upon what I consider very inaccurate data from a PCR test that the developer himself says it isn't intended to be used the way it is. So I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. My understanding is the sheriff wants to come in and say something. No?
Can we have a break, please? Can we have a break, please? I need a break.
Kristen, we're going to be taking a break for
We'll be right back.
5 minutes.
Oh, so they can't show me being arrested for being here? Ew, excuse me. No, it's arresting.
Here.
Okay, Ms. Stranger, are we back, please? And Mr. Archer?
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper, do you have anything for Ms. Stranger or Mr. Archer?
Couple things. Mr. Garamendi brought up that, we moved the testing center from Frogtown to Sonora, and you've offered a way that's going to be resolved in the near future in a few weeks. At the time when the governor made the decision, or the state made the decision to move the testing center from the Frogtown to Sonora, it was because more people from Tuolumne County were testing at that. And we were readily providing them with that free testing here. I know of people that have called Sonora and the testing center, and they tell, if you're from Calaveras County, they're told 4 or 5 day wait while they continue to help people out from Tuolumne County. One person from the county actually had called in just to confirm this and let me know that this is a fact. She was told the same thing. So it's, at the time when the governor made the decision to move that free testing out of Calaveras County to Sonora, we were also given somewhat of a time roadblock towards a clear path for free testing for people that can't necessarily afford it, because businesses are closed down and people used up their UI benefits at the beginning of this year. And this is the concern, my concern. It's somewhat along the lines, and I see where Supervisor Mills is coming from. It's somewhat along the lines of this. Look, COVID-19 is real. people should be careful. People should remain resilient. But at the same time, I'll just say it from my perspective, the madness that's the cure is not a cure because it's contradictory of itself in itself. We're leaving big box stores open where more people walk in. At the same time, we're closing down the small businesses where there's a less of a footprint in our area. And these people, I mean, the general concern I'm getting from many businesses, from outside our county even, is their employees used up their UI benefits. Now, we might have another reprieve coming down, $200 or $300 a week. I'm sorry, we're right before Christmas. And you're telling businesses that they have to tell their employees, not you, Kristen, and I'm not many, I mean the state, us even, you know, are telling people you have to lay off your employees and send them home. You know, you don't, you know, I forwarded myself this news article that there are over 21 million people in the U.S. that are over $5,000 behind in their utilities and their mortgage. And, you know, and there's, for some of them, even if they go back to work, there's no way out of this. They're going to lose their homes. You know, their warm place to live in the middle of the winter. You know, I'm not arguing COVID-19. It's real. What I'm arguing is how we're dealing with it. You know, it's creating a whole nother drastic situation. I believe that people should remain vigilant in the sense that, yeah, look, I wear my mask. I make a choice to, because, you know, I don't want to necessarily get my family sick. I don't want to get sick. You know, other places I work, people are getting sick. People tested positive. You know, they're showing all the real signs of it. So I'm witnessing it personally. So, you know, the testing in Sonora worries me that, you know, Calaveras residents aren't necessarily being provided the same clear path to find out whether they're positive or not that we were providing to Tuolumne County. You know, this is something that's paid for by the state. These are our free tests that the governor promised back in, I would want to say, March this year, when he said this is only going to be a 2 or 3 weeks to flatten the curve. So, you know, we're far behind the 2 or 3 weeks. People aren't able to find a clear path to pay for free testing, and you know, it's all these are grave concerns. I'm glad that you're working to get a testing facility back here, and I appreciate you being proactive in doing that before we even asked. That's a good thing, Kristen. You're going to be sorely missed. I could go on all day about, you know, these issues, but it's just truly, you know, I'm talking to people that don't know when they're going to be able to put a meal in front of their kids next time. And I know multiple business owners that have stepped up and literally given their employees loans that the business owners can't necessarily afford anymore because, you know, we got to reach out to the community and come together because there's a lot of people that are hurting a lot worse than us out there. And it's just a grave concern for me in these times right now, especially right before the holidays. Sorry.
Anything else? I'm not sure about all these businesses, but I've had businesses that have received business grants and loans in substantial amounts. And if you have your businesses or have economic development, have Kathy call them. She's called several businesses in my district to help them out. And so, I mean, there are programs out there to help people. And I know it's a significant loss predominantly for the restaurant industry, The businesses, again, I can only address for District 3 that are doing mandatory mask, controlling the number of people that are in their shops are doing well. Then there's those that aren't doing anything at all or doing little. So for me, I feel like my job is to try and help those businesses in my area. Going back to Mr. Mills in terms of what business, I'm not looking necessarily for a business by name, but is there an industry like the restaurants, which of course are a significant impact, have to close except for takeout or delivery? Is that an industry? Because I know it's gatherings. Is that something then that really is proven within our county or within our region that has caused an increase in COVID cases? And I guess I also want to bring up, do we or should we go back or revisit some kind of enforcement? Again, we have nothing. So even though, well, I'm doing it, why aren't they doing it? My business is doing it, why isn't the other business doing it? And we have nothing. And it's not as if we need to educate people, they're already educated. So I just throw that out to the board, that's something that there's support to look at it for at least this 21-day or 1 month period. Because Sacramento County Board of Supervisors today, as they meet, are looking at a $10,000 fine for businesses that don't do what the guidelines or the rules say. So, again, we do nothing. And it's not something that I expect the sheriff to do. The sheriff's law enforcement throughout the state have been clear this isn't a criminal issue, it is a health issue. So what are we doing as supervisors to participate instead of we just sit back and say, we're not doing anything, nothing's happening, people do what they want. I feel if the cases are going up, there's a role for us to play, and I don't think we're playing it. But for the businesses that you're talking to, there is financial assistance. I've also had some constituents that have been helped paying, as Mr. Stoffa referred to, paying their phone bill. So there is assistance out there. We just need to help people through that. The only thing, of course, Ms. Stranger, I still have on the books is the short-term rentals. And I understand it says hotel and lodging, and we're not supposed to travel, we're supposed to stay at home. This is the same scenario we had months ago. But given that we're knowing it's existing, do we still tell the businesses that are renting or managing short-term rentals that they cannot? I have people waiting in abeyance. We can deal with that offline, but that's still an issue. Mr. Archer, are you still on the line with us?
Yes. Yep, still here.
I understand people can go to Mark Twain and get tested, and they find out within hours whether they're positive or not. Where if you go to the testing site, it might be anywhere from 2 to 6 days, depending on how many people. What are the criteria for people to go to Mark Twain to be tested?
Sure. So our availability is very much volume dependent. So if it's a mild day in the ER, we can do some testing for folks. The biggest issue is being in an emergency room, we have to do a medical evaluation to qualify for the ER visit by Impala. And so people that come here just for a COVID test also end up with an ER bill. And that's, it may be okay for some people that want to do that, but the OptumServe testing site in Sonora is definitely a better financial position. The other issue is if you come to our ER simply for a test, you do not have any symptoms, otherwise healthy, that physician needs to make the decision on whether or not we have the capability to provide that test at that time. Again, that's mainly going to be volume dependent if we're really busy. So there's a couple of options there. One is we could be so busy that the physician decides that it's not critical to have that test. We have on-site testing capability, but it's limited. It's a machine that can only process 2 tests per hour. And we reserve those for patients that are going to be admitted or patients that are going to have surgery. The other option is we can send the test out to our partner in Stockton at St. Joe's Medical Center. And that is the PCR test still, but it's about a 36 to 48 hour turnaround time. If you're lucky enough to hit it on a slow day and you're willing to pay that ER charge, you can get what's called the NAT test, and that one is more of the 2 to 3 hour turnaround.
Well, I guess you answered that expensive question. Thank you. Ms. Stranger, just on testing, I have another question, please.
Okay.
Is testing mandated to any group like teachers or first responders or the fire department employees or frontline workers in the hospitals or clinics?
Colleen, I'm going to see if you want to weigh in on this one. To my knowledge, I don't believe so. I know that Cal OSHA came out with some additional requirements for businesses, but I don't believe anybody's mandated.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. I know that employers make decisions to test people at certain intervals. For example, some SNFs decide to do that. And I believe SNFs are also required to test their, so I guess SNFs are required to test their folks, but it's not as often, and actually.
Ms. Rodriguez, what's NEST? I don't.
Sorry, skilled nursing facility.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, that's the only one that I am aware of, other than what employees decide to mandate on their own.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper?
Recently, there was a shooting at Arden Fair Mall. Sacramento has been in the purple tier this entire time. Something that's not allowed in the purple tier is mall openings. And the mall was open. I've been watching the state updates. Governor's recommendation. They say it themselves, the governor, the California Public Health Director. The same questions asked over and over and over of the California Public Health Director. Why aren't you enforcing this? It's impossible. We're going to stick with an educative approach. I'm in favor of following that lead. The state's given us their way of dealing with it. I'll follow their lead on it. I won't find my constituents.
Are there any other questions? Mayor, does the City of Angels have any other comments to make?
I would like to make a comment. This is Linda.
Yes, Ms. Herman.
Okay. I think that we have to keep in mind about how people react and respond when they feel their constitutional rights are being being denied, and I think are kind of at that place. So I think it's very important to keep that in mind when we just, in deciding whether or not there'd be enforcement. I think what happens is that safety is always the first concern for a while, but after that, survival. And when it gets to the point of survival for a certain number of people, then they won't obey the law. And that is a way in which the government forces rebellion in a basic thing. So you don't want to come to the point where you force rebellion because people are feeling that you are trampling on their rights and that their survival is at stake. No longer is it even freedom or safety. So it's something to think about.
Thank you. Any other comments from the city? Are there any, I'm sorry, yes, Mayor?
No, I don't think we have anything at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask, are there any public comments on this?
Yes, there is. Terry McBride has her hand raised.
Fine, please. Ms. McBride?
Terry McBride, Calaveras County Community Chair and Senator for New California State, District 2. COVID recovery, age 1 to 19 is 99.9997%. Age 20 to 49 is 99.98%. Age 50 to 69, 99.5%. Age 70 plus, 94.6%. I don't call that a pandemic. 6% of the deaths are actual COVID. That's from the CDC. Harvard issued a report last week that stated that there have been no more increased deaths in America. So apparently during this COVID, nobody had a heart attack or passed of cancer or was in a car wreck. You guys have got to start seeing that this is not what they're saying it is. Also, I speak to people that have the COVID test. They test positive. They know darn good and well they're fine, so they go have it somewhere else, same day, and it's negative. How's that work? So there are a lot of negative positive. Ben Stopper, God bless you for thinking about the other people. And I missed some of this because your television isn't working out here. This is disgusting that you don't let your own constituents that voted you into the room. And Dennis, I think I heard you speak up, so I want to thank you also. I want to read you something by a gentleman named John Wadsworth. He is a part of New California State. He used to travel behind the curtain to help folks with their in ministry. And he states, I remember very well from my years of living in communist Romania, they had a 10 o'clock state-imposed curfew. Oh, and, businesses shut down and, not being able to go to church, that sort of thing. At the time, there was no COVID virus pandemic in Romania or in the world for that fact. So the curfew in Romania had nothing to do with stopping a disease such as COVID. But there was a virus of totalitarianism in the form of state communism being orchestrated, pusillanimous, craven, controlling dictator that needed to be preserved. In this case, it would be Gavin Newsom and his Gestapo health department. The communist dictator was Nicolae Ceausescu, along with his wife Elena. The curfew he imposed was to stop the growth of the virus of freedom, independence, and liberty the Romanian people could only dream to have for themselves. Marita, I'd recommend that you tell all your business owners to go read their constitution. You guys should too. All of it. Then in December '89, the virus of freedom, independence, and liberty matured. And again, I don't have a timer because I'm stuck out here, but there isn't one in there, is it there?
You have about 30 seconds left, Terry.
I want to read up. I want to read it instead of my grievance about how communism works its way into our state. And sadly, supervisors, who I don't believe really intend to, God willing, I think all of you are above that, are allowing it to come in. There are people that do not feel you are backing them in any way as far as the businesses. They feel like you have failed them. And I don't mean the ones that are forcing these masks. There aren't all that terrible many. People are living in fear because they're not being told the real truth.
Okay, Ms. McBride, the time's up. Thank you.
And we have one more.
Yes,
public comment.
please.
Vicki Remke.
Yes, Ms. Renke? Ms. Renke, are you muted? Well, I hear a voice. Thank you. Please proceed. Vicki, we can't hear you.
To unmute. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, I kept clicking the button. Anyway, I wanted to let you know that right now I am calling on behalf of the Calaveras Republican Party to comment on the COVID. And you were sent, the Board of Supervisors was mailed probably this morning, the backup material to this letter. So it's Dear Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. It is our understanding that you have received a letter from Assembly members James Gallagher, Kevin Kiley, Megan Dahl, and Senators Jim Nielsen and Brian Dahl regarding the North State Leaders Conference recently held in Red Bluff, California. At this forum, a common thread in the discussions was the negative impact that COVID-19 and the devastating one-size-fits-all orders issued by Governor Newsom has had on our counties. As a result of this conference, a resolution was drafted, and 15 counties have been asked to band together and adopt it. The governor has shut down our businesses and schools, causing untold damage to our livelihoods and children's well-being. The high rates of unemployment, suicides, depressions, illness left untreated, and the major damage done to our economic infrastructure and constitutional freedoms has been staggering. All of this has been enacted without evidence that any of these activities and environments have any impact on the spread of the virus. It is evident by recent statements made by Congressman McClintock on the House floor and in media interviews that he also shares those opinions and believes the governor's orders are damaging to our citizens, both physically and emotionally. It is time for you, our local elected government officials, to take control and not allow the people of Calaveras County to be abused and bullied any longer. We strongly urge and recommend that you adopt the attached resolution, which was sent to you, drafted by our state legislators, entitled the Healthy Communities Resolution. California has become a laughingstock, an example of what not to do, and our governor and certain other elected officials are deemed as nothing more than hypocrites and dictators. It is time for all of us to stand up and say no. The people have elected you to be our voice and representatives. We ask that you listen to the people who are being oppressed by frivolous orders that have no foundation on truth or merit.
Thank you, Ms. Renke. Are there any other public comments?
No, there is no other public
Okay,
comments.
thank you. Seeing that there's no comments from the City of Angels or from the Board of Supervisors, we will be moving on to this next session. Mayor Joe, it's a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, let us take care of a little housekeeping here, and then we'll adjourn.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll read a public comment into our meeting agenda. The public may address the council on any item of public interest not otherwise on the agenda that's within the jurisdiction of the city. No action may be taken. Matters to be addressed may be referred to the city staff or placed on a subsequent meeting agenda. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes per person. So we have to open that to the public at this point. Anything for the city from the public?
That's up to them.
I'm not seeing anything or hearing anything, so item 4 for us on our agenda is adjournment, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from our meeting from City Council.
Thank you. Thank you, City, for participating with us.
Sure. Linda, you got a motion to adjourn, or Amanda?
I'll move.
Okay. Need a second? Linda, can you second?
I'll second it, Mr. Oliveira.
All right. Jennifer, do a quick roll call, and then we're out of here.
Okay, roll call for the city. Mayor Joseph Oliveira.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvin Broglio is absent. And Councilmember Linda Herman. Don't hear her. And Councilmember Amanda Follendorf.
Aye.
and Councilmember Veronica Matilde. So I just have the two.
We lost Linda in that thing, and
Yeah.
before I go, I just want to extend on behalf of the city our thanks to Kristen for all her work at the county and wish her well in whatever's next for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to get back onto the agenda on public comments. If there's anything anyone would like to address to the board that is not on the agenda and under the purview of the board, please raise your hand. Okay, that's fine. Ms. McBride?
Terry McBride, Calaveras County Committee Chair and Senator of New California State. I'm going to read to you from the California Government Code 1027.5. The legislature of the state of California finds that there exists a worldwide revolutionary movement to establish a totalitarian dictatorship based upon force and violence rather than upon law. Look what's happening right now. D, this worldwide revolutionary movement is predicated upon and it is designed and intended to carry into execution the basic precepts of communism as expounded by Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. C, pursuant to the objectives of the world communism movement in numerous foreign countries, the legally constituted governments have been overthrown and totalitarian dictatorships established therein against the will of the people, and the establishment of similar dictatorships in other countries is eminently threatening. The successful establishment of a totalitarian dictatorship has consistently been aided, accompanied, or accomplished by repeated acts of treachery, deceit, teaching of false doctrines, teaching untruths, together with organized confusion, insubordination, and disloyalty fostered, directed, instigated, or employed by communist organizations and their members in such countries. Look at what is going on right now. Within the boundaries of the state of California, there are active, disciplined communist organizations presently functioning for the primary purpose of advancing objectives of the world communism movement, which organizations promulgate, advocate, and adhere to the precepts of the principles and doctrines of the world communism movement, removing people's rights. This communism organizations are characterized by identification of their programs, policies, and objectives. I'm going to skip here and go to E. One of the objectives of the world communism movement is to place its members in state and local government positions and in state-supported educational institutions. If this objective is successful, propaganda can be disseminated by the members of these organizations among pupils and students by those members who would have the opportunity to teach them and to whom as teachers they would look for guidance, authority, and leadership. The members of such groups would use their positions to advocate and teach their doctrines and teach communistic party. They would also get the news people to tell the lies that's being put out there right now, especially about COVID and about this election that was fraudulent. There is a clear and present danger which the legislature of the state of California finds as great and imminent, that in order to advance the program, policies, and objectives of the world communism movement, communist organizations in the state of California and their members will engage in concentrated effort to hamper, restrict, interfere with, impede, or nullify the
30
effort.
seconds, Ms. McBride.
Here's the thing, guys. When we look back in history, where are you at? Are you on the side of America and our Constitution, our great Constitution? Or are you on the side of what I've just read? Are you doing any research other than what's being given to you by public health? I don't think they're bad guys, but I don't think they're researching out of what they're being given. And I wonder, other than Ben, I have a feeling he has. Who else has?
Okay, Ms. McBride, your time's up. Thank you. All right, are there any other public comments on items not on the agenda?
I do not see any.
Okay, thank you. I want to move to the consent agenda. If any member of the staff, board, or public would like to pull a consent agenda item, please let me know. And what I'm going to do is that if any items are pulled, we will discuss them towards the end of the agenda versus right after consent. I need to get us back on track. Does any member of the board wish to pull a consent agenda item? Mr. Mills?
Yes, item 23.
Pardon?
23.
23. Okay, thank you. Any other items? All right. May I have a motion on the balance of consent, please? Pardon? Oh, yes, thank you. I've always, God, if it was any closer, it would have bit me. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda?
I do have Vicki Rinke with her hand raised. I don't know who that is.
Rinke, do you have a comment or question on that you would like to pull on the consent?
Well, no, I wanted to say something during public comment, but we're now on this new system and I messed up.
Okay, as a courtesy, I'll go to you. You'll have 3 minutes for a public. Well, let me just finish taking the vote and then I'll get back to you. So may I have a motion on the balance of the consent, please?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Ms. Renicky, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Marita. I appreciate that. Yes, I wanted to thank Dennis Mills for his service as my supervisor, and I know I speak for many others, and because of the way the meetings are held, I'm sure there would have been people there today to wish him well. And Supervisor Mills, we really appreciated your knowledge, the fact that you did your homework when you came to meetings, always very thoughtful, and represented our county or our district very well. And no, we didn't always agree on everything, and we shouldn't. But you were a superb supervisor. You will be very missed. And I want to just say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renicky. And those things that you didn't agree with Mr. Mills, you agreed with me, correct?
Probably not.
Thanks, Vicki.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent?
No.
All right. I want to get, we will deal with item 23 later. I'd like to move to the regular agenda. I have made some changes. We are going to take item 29, and then we're going to take item 26, and then 27, 28, et cetera. So and this is in respect to some public people who we know had wanted to comment on these, probably one controversial item. So item number 29, we're being asked to adopt a resolution exempting from taxation real and personal property where the cost of assessing and collecting exceeds the taxes that are received. Ms. Davis?
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, I'm Leslie Davis, County Assessor. I'm here back with you to talk about a request to increase the low value exemption. This was originally heard by your board November 10th, and you asked that I reach out to school districts specifically to discuss with them and let them know what was happening. The low value exemption is intended by legislative action to allow a board of supervisors to establish an exemption for property so that the assessor, the tax collector, and the auditor are not spending time or more time to assess, collect, and apportion taxes than the actual revenue that is generated. So this is intended to be an efficiency in government action. By 11:30 the morning of November 10th, I had emailed the documents that had been provided to you to all special districts, so all school districts, water districts, utility districts, any of the other special districts, fire chiefs, as well as anyone who is involved in receiving any sort of apportionment from property taxes, with the exception of a couple of the smaller districts like the Veterans Memorial Districts because we do not have valid email addresses for them. Over the course of the last 4 weeks or so, I have had the opportunity to talk to many of the folks who received that email. I've spoken with the fire chiefs. I've spoken with water district, utility district folks who've called with questions. I have not spoken with anyone from the school districts as the superintendents immediately issued a letter opposing this proposal. Not much has changed in the proposal. A couple of questions that have come up, however, I thought I might address those straight up. One question was, why are we doing this now and not after January 1st? And the reason for that is because January 1st is the lien date. So if this is held off until next year, it will not take effect until the following year. The purpose of getting this done now is to ensure that it will apply for the upcoming 2021 assessment roll. And to put it off to January, it would not apply until the 2022 assessment roll. Another question that came up is, does this have to be all or nothing? And the answer to that question is no, it does not have to be all or nothing. You could, for example, increase the real property exemption to $5,000, not $10,000. And one of the problems that was mentioned to me was the concern that real property values go up by that 2% per year inflation factor. So there's really a loss involved in that. You could also not increase the real property low value exemption, but you could increase, for example, the unsecured assessments, business property, aircraft, boats, manufactured homes, and what we call improvements on land of others to $10,000, because each of those assessments actually decline in value annually because of depreciation. And you could increase, say, possessory interests, which are very time consuming, to the $50,000 limit allowed under the law. And instead of reducing the assessment roll by $25 million, that hybridized approach would reduce only $14.5 million. So there are hybridized approaches that can be taken.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask a question on the last thing because I want to say. So what you're saying is you can choose boats or land assessments? Because last time I talked to you, you said we don't get to pick and choose.
You can do it by class. So you could do the secured roll at, say, right now it's 2,000. You could do it at 5. You could do the unsecured roll, which is the business property, and you were just talking about the public health crisis and the impact it's having on businesses. So 562 businesses that have less than $10,000 in value could be exempted, and that would also include the aircraft, boats, manufactured homes, and what we called other. And possessory interests are called out in the law as being capable of having a $50,000 exemption. So during the course of the last 4 weeks, Supervisor Stopper, I did reach out to the State Board of Equalization with your question because the way the code was written was, with the exception of possessory interest, was questionable. And they've returned a response to me that said you can apply the exemption to different classes of property. So secured property is the real property, could be at one exemption level. The unsecured property could be at a different exemption level. And then the code itself allows for possessory interest to be at that $50,000 level.
Thank you for that answer. You did your due diligence on that one. I appreciate it.
And so that pretty much, I think, covers the main questions that I have not handled with the folks who I've talked to. It's been a month of a lot of conversations. I know that at least one of you who's reached out to me pretty regularly during this time period has also been having a number of conversations. So where it is right now is that I am recommending that you increase the low value exemption. The hybridized approach might be a bit more palatable. The one thing that has come through repeatedly in my conversations with those who've called to talk or emailed or Zoom met with me, there being so many ways that we can meet these days, is that, gee, this is just a really difficult time to be increasing the exemption. And I will say I appreciate and understand that. I appreciate and understand that we are all going through budgetary constraints. I can tell you my office has been constrained for the better part of 12 years, so I really don't know that it's ever going to change. But as I administer this part of the property tax function, I'm looking for ways to increase efficiency, and this is one of those ways that I can ask for your authority to increase efficiency. It is completely up to the board whether you approve the low value exemption or not. Whatever your decision is, we will move forward from there. Oh, I'm sorry, there was one other question, is can we do this for a year and come back and look at it again? And the answer to that question is, sure, we can do that for a year and come back and look at it again. It's just going to be more work for your administrators to make that request over and over again. That's why the initial proposal to you is to have this go in perpetuity. But again, certainly within your purview to make that determination as well. So I hope I've covered the questions that have come up, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Mr. Stopper?
Thank you, Leslie. And, one thing going into this, the utmost respect, I think you're one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to the assessor's office, when it comes to the law applied by the state that I've ever talked to. I learn something every time I talk to you. I was a bit surprised when you told me last time that, we don't get to pick and choose, and then you came back, but you explained why. And it's because you did your due diligence on the research on how the law applies. With that said, you're talking about streamlining. And, I'm trying to take a bite out of this. The thing is, you do get to pick and choose what your department is doing and what the priorities are for you. Because at one end, you're saying you're prioritizing these low values because you have to get them done because the state says you have to get them done. At the same time, my understanding is you have to get the commercial properties done. And earlier this year, you said you haven't done commercial properties since 2014. So you're prioritizing within your own office. Why are you prioritizing the low values as opposed to the higher values and getting that workload done, which would benefit the entire community much faster? That's my question. Why are you prioritizing in your own office that way?
Okay. And I'm not sure that I know how to say this in a super diplomatic way, so let me just say it the way you all know I talk. I am not prioritizing lower value properties over higher value properties. Where it comes to the unsecured roll, we are required to produce that unsecured roll annually. Every one of those properties is reassessed annually by law because they are not subject to the provisions of Article 13A of the Constitution, which many people like to refer to as Prop 13. Prop 13 applied to real property, not personal property, and so those are assessed annually, and that is why they have a higher cost to us, and at the same time return so very little on the investment. That's not a priority that I'm establishing, that is set in law. And when I attempted in 2010 or maybe 2009 to not produce an unsecured roll, the then Board of Supervisors, and Marita and Gary were on the board at that time, they'll remember this, balked quite loudly and very clearly established their unhappiness at that particular approach. You did mention the commercial properties that I'm sure you think would return higher value, and I'm not certain that they would when you consider the number of residential properties and residential new construction that we have not been able to get to. But let's talk commercial. The commercial properties that need to be valued have not been done since 2014 because of staffing issues. And we have been repeatedly attempting to recruit 4 more experienced appraisers who can do income-producing properties with very little success. In fact, I'll say no success. And so the reason that we haven't been able to get to those is simply a matter of staffing, simply a matter of experience and qualification. And it's all of that time that we're spending doing that that interferes even more with getting that work done.
So you're saying you have 4 positions open that you aren't able to fill? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know that I gave you a number, but since we met November 10th, I've lost another individual. I have another one telling me that they're looking for a job elsewhere in counties that pay more than we pay. So I think I have a very real possibility of within 3 months losing 3 people. And they're all appraisers.
And you haven't had any applications sent in on any of these?
We do have some applications that are active and in our queue. This particular effort has distracted attention of mine. I am the one who works with HR on recruitment. We have not been able to interview. We're now in the midst of the holiday season, which complicates it even further. I'm not even getting into the COVID issues. So it's unlikely that we will be able to interview until January. It means we won't be bringing somebody on board after background checks until probably February. And we'll be training people in the middle of our crunch time.
Okay. My apologies. I got off the subject. We don't have your staffing issues on the agenda right now. Sorry.
That's okay. It certainly has come up in the conversations that I have had with many of the special district representatives. So it's not surprising to me that it would come up as part of this conversation, Supervisor Stopper.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning, Leslie. I go back to a 2-2 vote of this board regarding budget and staff, and basically a staff position, if you recall. My concern in all of this is how do we assist you, and I've asked this before, in getting the cost recovery. So if we've got staff, we've got a budget, how do we make the best use of their time, their talent, and recovery? Is there a way for us to provide an automated computer program that allows a lot of these to be done? And I think Supervisor Stopper even alluded to it, automatically. It isn't going to expend staff time to do a lot of this, so that their time can be focused on what I call the big ticket items and taking care of those things that need to be done that will return a higher degree of funds on investment, so to speak. You follow where I'm going here?
I follow where you're going exactly, and I apologize in advance for getting in the weeds, but I think I need to get in the weeds with you. In order to automate, if you will, and let me just stop and say we will never be able to fully automate, but in order to start a transition in that direction, we need a couple of things. First, we need a multiple regression program that will work appropriately with the data, and that will be nearly impossible in most of the county. The reason for that is for a multiple regression program to work well, it needs homogeneous neighborhoods and homogeneous data. And we really don't have a lot of homogeneous neighborhoods. Now, let's just back up. In order to create those neighborhoods in the database, I will need to stop staff from their productive work, while we identify those neighborhoods. And then annually, in order for us to be following the requirements of the Revenue and Taxation Code that require that we assess land and improvements or allocate those values separately, annually they will have to create what's called a base lot value for each of those neighborhoods, so that when the multiple regression program runs, it can test against a purchase price and or spit out, if you will, an indicated value of the property that an appraiser will then need to say, yeah, this is within a margin of error. So there is really no true automation, if you will, Supervisor Mills. Instead, there are tools that we can use that will make life easier. If we were in an urban county, even San Joaquin or Stanislaus, we could use a multiple regression program for a lot of the single-family residential work that we do. We are not in that type of county. We are in a county where, we have neighborhoods with wide varieties. We don't have those cookie cutter types of homes and lots. And I think that's why we have so much better character here in Calaveras. It causes us a problem on our side, but I think it makes the county a better place to live.
Again, my concern is best use of staff to gain the best cost recovery possible. And I'm just not sold on what we need to hybrid or how we can hybrid to solve that problem. And does that then create another problem?
Well, it's always going to create another problem as you make a transition, because you're always having to rebuild pieces of a database to operate more efficiently. I will tell you, I have been working with the Director of Human Resources on a couple of issues that I've discovered, so that I might make some progress. It certainly isn't anything we're going to talk about in a public meeting, but I think that we are finding areas where we can start to make progress. We continue to have the problems I always talk about, the very thing that Supervisor Stopper brought up. We're experiencing issues with recruitment and retention. You're not just hearing it from me, it's county-wide. And that lack of experience, that lack of continuity is a serious issue for us. Unrelated, however, to the low value exemption. So, and yes, let me say, because I think this is your last meeting I'll probably be talking to you at, I do appreciate your support of my reclassification request and your understanding of why that request was so very important. But it's not going to get us past the low value exemption request.
Okay. Thank you for your response.
Any other, Mr. Stopper?
Just to follow up on what Mr. Mills just asked, you gave us a partial answer from my understanding. You were talking about homes that either sold or new home builds, for example, that the computer can't do because you don't have that baseline that you're talking about when it comes to an urban area and how it applies. But what about the homes that already have their base year value entered in the computer and only need a small percentage change each year? The computer can compute that.
Yes.
Why wouldn't it not be able
we're
to?
already doing that. There's no increased efficiency that can be provided for there because
And
we're already.
And I understand that, Leslie. And this goes to my point from last time. When you said it costs $195 to do one of these, and this was my very point last time, that's the maximum cost of what it costs for either a new home build or a sold home. This is not representative of the other ones where that's already, most of the process is already done within the computer on a certain percentage of those. I'm not saying every one of these ones under $10,000 aren't in that. A decline in values would not be in that, and other ones that, take more work. With that said, the $10,000 picture is not is not truly represented with the number that you put out there because of that reason in my mind. And so there was the, what you proposition is something that I've been thinking about for the last few weeks coming into this is, you know, maybe there's a middle ground we can find on the price that isn't necessarily $10,000 where it does apply properly.
So Supervisor Stopper, let me respond to you, and I draw your attention to what I think is the second page of my staff report to your board, near the top where I talk about the calculations of how we arrived at the cost per parcel. So that rural maintenance that you are talking about, that thing that we do to all 49,000 parcels that is automated, that is part of the database, that is only about 10% of my office's attention and tasks. And so if you look at the calculation, you'll see that 10% of the total cost, because of those 49,000 parcels, is only about $4 per parcel. Most of our effort is, in fact, on what you were talking about, which is those changes in ownership, that new construction, those new parcels. In other words, all of those events that have to be valued annually. And those events include the unsecured roll, they include the new construction, the changes in ownership. And that's a number of units in the prior year was 18,273. So in addition to their roll maintenance, that's where 90% of our work effort goes. And then all of the parcels, the tax collector has to bill and collect, and the auditor has to allocate to special districts. That's included in that other component. So I've already accounted for exactly what you were just talking about.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
We have 2 public comments.
Okay.
Is that the appropriate time?
I'll be right with them. Thank you. Ms. Davis, when I look at page 2 of your staff report, and you talk about we have options. So if we take away, let's say, the 2.7 million of assessed value from business and possessory interest, let's say, what impact then would that have to the special districts and the county's general fund? I mean, if we make line item changes, as you recommended that we could do, where would it be that you would think we would get the most value?
Can I ask the clerk of the board if I can share a screen real quick?
Yes, please.
So, Robin, can you give me that access, right?
Yes. I'll get her to give that access to you.
You have access now.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, are you looking at, I'm asking you because if you can see it, the rest of the board can see it. Are you looking at a spreadsheet that shows real property, business property, aircraft, boats, mobile homes, possessory interests, and I'll just type in other here because you won't understand our abbreviations. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. So as the board will know by having looked at page 2 where the initial proposal was $10,000 for all of the properties, this proposal reduces the real property to $5,000, low value exemption. It increases the unsecured to $10,000 and it increases possessory interest to $50,000. Possessory interests are things like the hangars at the airport, the concessions at the fairgrounds, the rental of land in the Forest Service properties. So what this is a hybridized approach where the real property limit would only be 5,000 and not 10, but unsecured, which is a high time-consuming property type, would remain at the 10,000, and then possessory interest would increase to 50,000. What that would do is it would take the amount of the exemption from 25 million down to 14 million. And so your question was, what happens to the impact on the assessment roll? And so if I just quickly change that number, it's not going to let me do it in the formula. 14,657, 153. 14,657, 153. I hope I typed that right. So the impact on the county general fund then is about 24,000. Let's just undo that real quick. So it goes from 42,000 down to 24,000 for the county general fund. The road fund goes from 3144 to 1800. So, it has that proportional impact, if you will. If we went down to, let's pick Ebbets Pass Fire. So Ebbets Pass Fire currently would have, under the $25 million proposal with $10,000 on all properties, would have a net loss of 4,100 under the $25 million exemption, 10,000 per property, it would have a net loss of about 7,100, and using the 14 million, it would have a net loss of about $4,000. So it's a little over 50% of the original proposal, but it's still a reduction from the original proposal.
Understand. Thank you.
Under the $14 million proposal, what about the school districts? What's the difference between the two and the school districts?
Okay, so at the 25 million, I'm trying to get down to where the school districts are. Here they are. So Mark Twain, let me just highlight those right there. So Mark Twain would go from 12,467 to to 7,200. Bret Hart would go to 20,000 from, okay, let's see if I can make that happen. Yeah, we're just having it'd be easier if I do it this way. Split screen. So Bret Hart would go from 34,000 down to 20,000, so they would only lose 20,000 instead of 34,000. CUSD, now I'm going to have I knew that was going to happen. Let's do this. Let's do, let me just create another column and copy them side by side. And
because colleagues want to know.
Okay. All right, so here are the school districts. So Mark Twain, and the numbers are off. Let's figure out what happened with that formula. Times C. Okay, so at the 25 million, and now I do not know what's going on with that calc. E3.
So we can see that there is a loss, but not as significant.
Correct.
Okay.
It's about
It seems to be a quarter to a third.
Right. So there, we've got this fixed right now. So Mark Twain would go from about 12,500 to about 7,250. Bret Hart would go from about 34,500 to about 20,000. CUSD would go from 56,300 down to 32,700. And Vallecito would go from almost 21,000 to about 12,200.
Okay, thank you. Gary, did you need her to clarify do any others? Okay. Okay, can we go to Mr. Stopper?
I just want to bring up one thing to the Sheriff's Department on the boat fees. Talking to the sheriff, they estimate they get between $30,000 and $40,000 to the marine safety budget each year. They also, when they get this money, when they send in their application for one of their marine safety funding from the DBW, this amount's disclosed in it as part of their portion that's put forward for getting that money forward. So, this is just one small example of how this loss of funds could actually snowball into a loss of funds elsewhere in the future. I just wanted to keep that in consideration as we're considering this moving forward.
And perhaps I could speak to the boating and waterways grants, although they do report what the assessed value is. In reality, your board can allocate money out of general fund dollars to the sheriff's office to make the match for the boating and waterways grant. We keep counts of the number of boats we have in the county, even if we are not assessing them. It's a whole heck of a lot easier to count something than it is to value it. So we would know the number of boats, but we would also know that we were not assessing approximately 1,300 additional boats because they would fall under the low value exemption.
All right, can we go to public comments, please?
Yes, I have Paula Lant. I think she's still here.
Okay.
She's actually given you a comment in the Q&A, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Yes, I wasn't, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I wasn't certain I was going to be able to say because I need to meet with a student. I am the superintendent of Mark Twain Union Elementary School District. It's a pleasure to see you all. I did want to comment on behalf, just very briefly, you received or should have received the esteemed supervisors a joint letter from the school districts, and I just want to reiterate that it is not advantageous for our students and the youth of our county to provide a loss of funds for our school districts, all school districts, even in hearing the difference in the hybrid model and how you could reduce the hit to school districts. any hit at this time to our school districts would be significant. So I just would like to reiterate publicly to our supervisors that all districts came together, and we are hoping that you will oppose this proposal on the behalf of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White.
And next we have Dane Waddle.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Hi, Dane.
Good morning, Board Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dane Wadley. I'm a field rep with the California Special Districts Association, and just had a quick question about this. Understand the assessors talking, about increased efficiency, and a lot of the special districts that I've talked to in the county, I mean, we're certainly supportive of that. And if this action results in, essentially additional revenue flowing to, in our case, special districts, but obviously to everybody, that covers the loss of this, and of course everybody is happy. But if it's the opposite happens, right? If there's the revenue doesn't flow and it's basically kind of a cost shift to the county general fund or to special districts and school districts, then certainly our members have a little concern about that. And I guess my question therefore is, is there any additional data as to, okay, by doing this, we can potentially bring in additional revenue to everybody, right, to Calaveras County, to all the entities? Or on the flip side, is there a kind of cost savings that we think will be realized that could potentially be passed on to everybody as well? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want the record to show that Mr. Waddle is a Calaveras County local man, boy.
Parents are taxpayers.
Thank you. Are there any other public?
Yes, we have one more. Randy Smart.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Smart?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Madam Chair, County Supervisors, I'm Randy Smart. I'm the CEO of the Mark Twain Healthcare District. I wanted to thank you for inviting us to participate in this discussion. Why we weren't involved prior to this is a mystery to me. I was surprised. But when I look at this on the face of it, and in particular I look at the spreadsheet that the tax assessor included as an attachment, the action you're considering would take $200,000 away from special districts in this county. And I probably don't have to remind you, special districts do things that the county doesn't do. This is not duplicative work. When we provide health care and we provide education, we provide utilities, those are the things the county can't do. And so when we are looking at a $200,000 loss for the special districts, that's $200,000 in those things that can no longer be done. And we really try to get a lot of mileage out of the money we get from the taxpayers. We work really hard at that every day. And with the money the healthcare district is projected to lose, I can actually buy hundreds of vaccines for children. And I can buy lots and lots of masks, protective equipment. I can provide COVID testing. There is so much health care I can provide with just a little money. So my concern is, on the surface, you'll think, well, this is not a lot of money, not a big deal, but in terms of these special things we do, it is a lot of money. And I want to also remind you that you spent the first hour of your meeting talking about the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. And now, later on in the meeting, you're talking about cutting funding to first responders, cutting funding to healthcare. I mean, to me, that just doesn't make sense, you guys. Even if this is a good proposal, and I actually don't think it is a very good proposal, but even if it were a good proposal, this is really, really bad timing. because what you have to sleep with if you accept this is that you're cutting healthcare funds and you're cutting first responder funds. That money doesn't get replaced by anything I've seen in this proposal. If there is some sort of replacement or increased revenue strategy like Mr. Wadley was talking about, then it's not in the proposal. There are no projections. There is no pro forma. There are no data that I've seen that is reassuring. So I would respectfully request you reject this in the interest of healthcare, the pandemic, and the first responders. Thank you for allowing me into the room.
Thank you, Dr. Smart. Is there any other?
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garamendi?
Are we doing public comment now?
Yes.
Actually, Dr. Smart took my final points. We're taking $252,000 out of circulation in this county. It goes to everybody's districts and everything. I mean, I understand the business proposition for ourselves, but we are a service to this county. And by not doing our duty, we're literally taking money out of other people's pockets in order to save us a couple of nickels. I understand what the assessor is saying about trying to assess properties, and certainly that's going on a lot in my district. I got a lot of people with 3 months worth of backlog bills coming in right at Christmas time, and a lot of unhappy people. But that's neither here nor there. Wimpy used to say in Popeye that I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. I'm just not going to bet on that by giving up this $252,000 is going to generate more money for these districts anytime soon. So I will not be supporting this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. Mr. Stopper?
I want to thank Dr. Smart for how he brought it up. I don't think I could have conveyed what he did in a better way. I'm of the mind that Mr. Garamendi is, if there's something we can do to get these other jobs done in the future, then we need to have that conversation with the assessor, whether it be something that comes down to the employees where I have to walk out of the room again. It doesn't matter to me, but that conversation needs to be had. We already have this money budgeted for this job to get done out of the county coffers for this year. There's no reason to bring this exemption forward. At this time, if we were going to consider such an exemption, the timing would be more in tune when we bring forward the budget in June and working forward into the next year. So, I'll keep it short with that. That's where I stand.
Thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yes, I think that the big gap that is spoken of, Mr. Wadley put it very well, is that if we take these funds away, what is the result? How are we going to recover in another format? And I didn't really hear a whole lot of conversation on how we were going to win out of this. We take $200,000 out. Are we going to get $250,000 back? And how would we get it back? When would we get it back? I think that's Mr. Garamendi's point is, there's no guarantee about tomorrow. So that's the unanswered question here. How will this loss of funds, if we do this, be recovered, and when would they be recovered? And, who's going to suffer the consequences? If we take this out, are we going to have to backfill it out of the general fund until such time as the funds become available through the other direction that we suddenly decide to go? That's all the unanswered questions that I think still are out there, even after all we talked about this morning. I'll leave it at that.
Did you have anything, Mr. Tuffanelli, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Stopper. What was brought up, Mr. Smart had very valid points in what he was speaking of. He didn't speak of the school districts, though, and school districts right now are really having a rough time with the pandemic. And Supervisor Stopper is correct that these monies have been budgeted. There's a huge hit if you do 10% across or 10,000 across the board. to Calaveras Unified School District of close to $60,000. That's big bucks to them. Even if we did a revise, you're looking at $32,000. That's still big dollars for them. They're struggling right now. So I think it's a good idea, but it's bad timing. If we do this sometime closer to a budget, at least have a discussion, that it make more sense. And I understand, Leslie, what you're saying, that because we're going to go into the new year in January, we have to do it. You're bringing it forward now. But the school district sent a very heartfelt letter describing where they're at and missing these funds, especially with what's going on with the pandemic and with the state's budget. We still don't know with this close down that has been imposed by the governor currently, what that's going to do to his budget going forward also, and the huge amount of money that's being spent, not only public health wise, but in other areas of the state because of this, and what it's going to do to their budget, and whether he's going to be looking at school districts or where counties, ourselves. I just think it's just not at the right time, so I can't support it.
Okay, I'll voice my opinion. This came about as a return on investment. And what Ms. Davis is saying is we're spending more to collect a smaller amount of revenue. As business people, we would say, well, that makes sense, and I'm going to cut a product because it costs me more to make it than I can sell it for revenue received. So when we look at it from what Supervisor Garamendi said, that we have an obligation to the constituency of special districts, then that's just something that we're going to do. We're going to spend more to collect this revenue. And we keep talking about, Dr. Smart brought it up, and a couple of my colleagues brought about that timing is bad. Well, years ago when this came up, the timing was bad. And if we talk about it next year at budget, the timing will be bad. Because the issue is, not cutting, the perception of not cutting funding to the special districts. But the sad part for me is what the special districts are saying is we don't trust you. There is no trust. There is no trust that you are going to take me to a higher value that I receive if we did this. And that is something that we collectively need to work on. Because I thought, oh, this is easy. Why do I want to spend more to collect less? Well, the reaction from the special districts was, as we've heard today, and in correspondence and in phone calls that we've had, is there is no trust that they will get more. So I think that's a challenge for the assessor's office, and that's a challenge for us as supervisors to say, why don't they? What is it? What kind of guarantee do we have that they can trust us to do what's right by them so we can do what's right, which is to lower the exemption, which I gather there's not support. I will do the formal of calling for a motion, but the other thing raise the lower exemption, exactly, whatever Supervisor Tuffanelli said, what we're doing. But let me throw out to you that maybe, since Ms. Davis said we could do by class, that we do it for business property. If I understood you correctly, that would then help our businesses that we just spent a lot of time talking about it. Mr. Garamendi?
Madam Chair, I think it's a bad idea to begin negotiating this item from the diocese with, what are we going to do? Cut a deal here on this when we've got so much limited information and only a single source.
I'm
I
just
would not-
looking
I would
at-
not head down that path.
That's okay. I was just looking at the information that was given us and what I thought I understood Ms. Davis to say on how it would help our businesses on business property. So we've just spent a lot of time when we were talking with public health about the impact to our businesses, and our businesses are closing, and this was a way we could help them. I threw it out, and I guess there isn't support for that either. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Davis, is there anything else you'd like to say before I call for a motion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board, for your consideration. Appreciate all of the time that you've spent.
Okay. So there is a resolution before us exempting from taxation real and personal property where the cost of assessing and collecting exceeds the taxes on said properties. Do I have a motion? It dies for lack of a motion. Thank you, Ms. Davis. All right, I'd like to move to item 26 is a report from the Eastside Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Mr. Alt?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am preparing to share screen so that the board will be able to see the presentation that is included in the package. All right, hopefully the board can see the presentation now.
Yes.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, supervisors, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you today regarding the Eastside Groundwater Sustainability Agency, or GSA. As our board is aware, but our public may not be aware, we are a member of the Eastside GSA. And before I get started today, I just want to introduce and thank and welcome our colleagues from the GSA that will be presenting in full today. We have with us Michael Minkler, the General Manager of CCWD, and at the moment he is multitasking and on another call, but he will be joining the meeting as well. We also have the benefit of having Mr. Brad Arnold, Water Resources Program Manager for CCWD, and Mr. Walt Ward, Water Resources Manager for Stanislaus County. It's also important to note that as our board is aware, Supervisor Mills has been deeply involved with the development and adoption of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, and for references noticed in the staff report, our board adopted that plan in January of 2020. Real quickly today, our intention is to simply provide a snapshot in time of where we are as a GSA and what potential options exist for roles, responsibilities, and configuration of the GSA moving forward. Each of the governing bodies of the respective agencies that comprise our Eastside GSA will all have benefit or have already had benefit of this same presentation. I do want to note for our board, I have not yet consulted with County Council on options that are outlined in this presentation. The goal today is simply to provide information and give opportunity for the board to have discussion. And ultimately, after the presentation, I will ask for particular direction from the board, but we can certainly discuss that at the end of the discussion. So with that, I would like to have Mr. Ward take the floor and begin the presentation. And I see he is on and is unmuted at this time. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Please take it away.
You got it. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, Al, will you be able to advance slides from your end?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, next slide, please. Well, this isn't my presentation, but anyway, let's talk about SGMA. The governor signed this into law back in September of 2014, and I think probably in the last 100 years of California water legislation, this is the most significant piece of legislation that I have seen. It puts California at the very end of the 50 states being the last state to develop and promote a comprehensive statewide groundwater management program. And go on to the next slide, please. And I think at the crux of it is the concept of local control. By the way, I'm not going to read these slides. I'm just talking off the top of my head. But the idea of the local control is that the authorities and duties and responsibilities given under SGMA will be governed by the development of what are called groundwater sustainability agencies. We mentioned, or Al mentioned earlier, the East Side San Joaquin GSA. And from that grassroots foundation is the concept of building programs and policies, practices, plans, all things dealing with sustainable groundwater management. And at various levels, the State Water Resources Control Board, as the bad cop, can step in and enforce non-compliance. And the state, with the good cop, the Department of Water Resources, is our regulator, and they're really there to assist and help develop what are called long-term groundwater sustainability plans. Next slide, I think, Mike. Keep going. Okay, the groundwater sustainability plans. If you back up, please. This isn't my presentation, so I'm not real familiar with it, but there's a lot of information on these slides, and I would hope that these are made available to the public and to the supervisors for future consideration. But let's talk about the developing the groundwater sustainability plans over on the right-hand side of the slide in the middle. These are long-term plans looking out at a 50-year planning horizon. So, who can do that very well? So, recognizing that, the plans are updated every 5 years. More importantly, they have annual reports that are due each and every April 1. The GSP that was put together for this part of the basin was in fact adopted in compliance with the time schedule, was adopted last January, and we are still out waiting for the DWR to review and comment on the adequacy of that plan. Next slide. And in about another year, we'll know how well we did with preparing our first GSP. The GSPs are meant to include all water use types, groundwater and surface water, looking at different water use sectors of urban demands and agriculture demands, environmental demands, in a very comprehensive way. But again, the idea of implementation of these plans is critical to success, being that the GSAs are given the authorities to implement the plans in their various forms. And this map here begins to put the geographic picture into mind as it pertains to the interests of Calaveras County. The light yellow shaded diagram here is what's called the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Subbasin. And this isn't anything that any of us made up. This was given to us as a starting point from the Department of Water Resources. And various boundaries, you can see there on the west is the San Joaquin River and the eastern edge of the Delta. The southern boundary is the Stanislaus River. The eastern boundary is the mapped point of contact between the valley floor alluvial sediments and the country rock, the hard rock of the Sierra Nevada. So you can see it's squiggles and isn't uniform, that's because of the geology is controlling that boundary. And there was a basin boundary adjustment that was made on the north. I believe it used to be the McCalmy River, and through a process allowed under Sigma, we were able to do a basin boundary adjustment to move it to the San Joaquin-Sacramento County line. But in general, you can see that most of this basin is in San Joaquin County. You can see the piece that is in what we call the northern triangle of Stanislaus County. And then, of course, you see the piece that of the part of this basin that is within the boundaries of Calaveras County. Next slide. Let's talk about this. This is important because the idea under Sigma was that by June 30th, 2017, so some 3.5 years ago, we were to have made the first hurdle in compliance, and that was the creation of the GSAs. And so if you look at the basin as a whole, it kind of looks like a jigsaw puzzle, because in a way it is. And that means that there were no gaps in coverage and there were no overlaps in the coverage. So just like jigsaw puzzle pieces, there are 16 other entities that were created under the provisions given by Sigma, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, to cover in its entirety the whole basin, the eastern San Joaquin groundwater subbasin. The east side, San Joaquin, is there on the east side in the light blue color, and that picks up those parts of the basin that are in Calaveras County and Stanislaus County. And it also picks up a couple of other agencies beyond those two counties. It picks up the Calaveras County Water District, and it picks up a small water district in Stanislaus County called Rock Creek. We engage with these other 15 partners, there's 16 in total, to provide coverage for the entire basin. And when the GSP that I talked about earlier was prepared, it was prepared with the interests of all of these parties. Next slide. And we meet regularly. Okay, so what is the GSP? That's okay, let's talk about, okay, we made that first deadline. We're waiting for DWR to respond to their review and to provide us comments. We do have to prepare annual reports. We'll be doing an update of the GSP in another 5 years, and we have a 20-year compliance period. So January 31, 2020 was the very first deadline. We made that. We are waiting again for comment, and we're moving forward on implementation. And in the box there with the blue and green colors, that's really what is the GSP. And principally, it's pulling together the water budgets for the basin, the ins and outs, the changes in storage, how much rainfall, how much surface water is delivered, how much groundwater is pumped by urban, by agriculture, what are the monitoring programs that we put together to measure performance and implementation of the plan. Next slide, I think we'll get a little bit further into it. Next one. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, let's spend a little time here. You can see on the cartoon there, the graphic where the east side GSA is in that darker green color, how it fits and conforms with the rest of the basin. What makes it unique to be part of this GSA is The area is very common in terms of shared topography, shared land use, different than the valley floor, significantly different. The geology is different. The elevations are different. The rainfall patterns are different. So it made a lot of sense to form the Eastside GSA in common, recognizing that the geology and the groundwater doesn't see the county boundary lines in any form, and really everything is dictated by the natural landscape of the geologic and aquifer formations and by the river systems. So the GSAs working together across the basin have been given pretty broad authority to implement SGMA and to integrate that with surface water management. And I like to think of, in and of itself, managing groundwater goes hand in glove with managing your surface water. The one fits with the other in like form. The other thing that's significant about SGMA, and we haven't gotten very far yet, we're like a toddler who just learned how to stand up, and we still kind of got our hand holding onto something for support, because we've only been down the road 1 year in our GSB. We haven't heard back from the DWR, but what is significant, and I think the two counties and any other land use planning agencies, the cities, have to recognize is the nexus between land use planning and water supply, whether that water supply is through groundwater extractions or through surface water deliveries or through a combination of conjunctive use, using both. And what is the connection and the lead on making land use planning decisions? You know, do they follow together? Does one lead? Does one follow? How does all that work? And there's a lot of consideration that needs to be given to how to make that better moving forward. We haven't gotten into any discussions yet about cutting back people or allocating to a certain level, so many acre feet per acre. We have not had those discussions. I know elsewhere in California, they're talking about large land fallowing programs, and they're talking about significant cutbacks and extractions. We're not seeing that in our area. We see an annual deficit in our sustainable yield of about 80,000 acre feet. That is significant, and part of the GSPs, the groundwater sustainability plans, will be rolling out projects and programs and practices that address the sustainable yield and the lack of balance. And funding those will be significantly, challenged. How will we generate the revenues? Do we do it alone? Do we do it together? If we do it together, who has priority? How do we balance all that out? And I think so far, so good, is that we have made all of the compliance checkpoints, but we're nearing a crossroad, and that gets to the governance of the Eastside GSA. And next slide, Al, if you will, please. No one size fits all, for sure. The geology is so different, the landform, the geography, the land use, the cities, the needs, the people, all of these things are at local levels across California, very different one region to another. So we are trying to put together, and when I say we, I say the representatives of the Eastside GSA, and again, that's representatives of Stanislaus County and Calaveras County, have been working together, I think, very well for the last, 5+ years on this question of meeting the compliance with the state law, but making it meaningful so that when we put this together at the grassroots level, it's something that we can build. Because this idea of Sigma is just not for today, check the box, be in compliance, and off you go to other challenges. This is here forever. And I really think that it's transgenerational in the sense that what we're able to do today is important to how we hand it off to the future generations. And so we're really talking about building foundation. And I think the governance question is critical to building a strong foundation. And next slide. There's lots of different ways that it can be done, and Sigma allows for that. We together created the Eastside GSA under the governance structure of a memorandum of understanding. And there's good reasons to do that, and it's worked very well for us. It was fairly easy to implement. It retains the full authorities to the agency members. It doesn't impede, take away, diminish in any way the operations and maintenance and capital programs of the members, but it collectively brings us together under one umbrella that says, okay, under Sigma, we have these duties and authorities given to the GSAs, and again, they're very broad and they're very comprehensive. So the creation of this new agency, and that is in fact what these GSAs are. They are new agencies, groundwater sustainability agency. And under the eyes of the law, under an MOU, you really don't have any contracting authority. For the members of the MOU to make decisions, they have to go back to their individual parties. So it makes it rather clunky to get things done. For example, if we wanted to adopt a budget, the bodies, the GSA as itself, doesn't really have that authority. We've got to go back to Calaveras County, we've got to go back to Stanislaus County, got to go back to Calaveras County Water District, got to go back to Rock Creek Water District. You have to go back to the individual parties. They then have to make their deliberations and make their decisions. That then rolls up, and then the GSA can act. It works, and I'm not saying that it's bad, other than it's not very efficient, and I don't think it will serve us well too much further down the road, especially as we get into projects and revenue sharing and sources of where the revenues will be developed. I think it makes it very difficult under an MOU. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, equity and reasonableness and all those good things. I mean, we can build that into any structure that we all agree upon. So the Eastside GSA is again governed by an MOU. We're there. We've been there. We've been executing it. We have representation in the with the other 15 GSAs in the basin, where they formed a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority. So we have board member representation there through our collective agreement. That will still go forward. We meet on a regular basis, and many decisions are being made at that higher basin-wide JPA level, and that will still go forward. And if we go to the next slide. Another, next slide. Next slide.
Mr. Ward, could you
Yes.
speak directly into the microphone? We lose you on occasion.
Oh, I'm sorry about
No,
that.
thank you.
Okay, so where we are is not as significant as saying we're at a crossroads, but we are at a decision point where we have been talking at the staff level about a different form of governance for the GSA. And again, the MOU has served us well, but we want to explore creating a joint powers authority. And we think this would give us broader benefits and make it more efficient in the form of decision making. And what this would do, and Al, if you go to the next slide, the pros and cons. It would still be the Eastside Groundwater Sustainability Agency, but instead of the governance of that agency being an MOU, the governance would be the creation of a joint powers authority. And under a joint powers authority, the common denominator of the powers of the individuals give it much more strength and actually with that strength, more flexibility. Now, the JPA will have budgets. The JPA will have budgets that will be audited. They have reporting responsibilities to the state. They can own land. They can generate money and generate funds. Each of the members will have board member representation on the JPA, and that means that when the JPA meets and has decisions before it that they make, that they are in fact binding, that the individual member agencies need to be, through their representation, need to be, the homework needs to be done back at the individual member agencies in their shops, and then that board member, then acts on their behalf as one of the board members of the JPA. Much more flexible and efficient, I think, in making decisions than the MOU. And again, that's not to say that the MOU can't carry us forward into the future, but we think a JPA as a new governance structure may be the way to go. And we would like to further explore that and bring that back to you for your consideration. Next slide, please. And failure is not an option, and in any way, and in many cases. Under Sigma, if all else fails, the default is to the counties. And it falls right into Calaveras County's lap, and it falls into Stanislaus County's lap. We don't want that. We think we can do a better job through collaboration, both regional and at the local scale. We've shown success with the GSA so far to date. We've shown success in working cooperatively with the other GSAs across the basin. We have no doubt that we can continue moving forward with that. But if we are not able to, for purposes of, not putting together a successful GSP, not meeting the GSP's sustainability goals, numerous trip points where the state sort of is hovering over us, and if we fail, the idea of state intervention is something that we want to avoid. I don't know how much experience you have had as a body dealing with the State Water Resources Control Board, but down here in Stanislaus County, we know that is not an option that we want to ever leave open, not even the door ajar. So to us, the idea of state intervention is that we've completely failed. And that's nothing that anybody wants. So I think the next slide. Well, I just laid it out. To allow staff to continue forward, moving with drafting up the document of a straw man, a working draft of a JPA, making sure that we, have everyone's representation and voice in that drafting, and then, bring that back as an alternative to transition the Eastside GSA from a MOU governed governance type of agency to what we think would be a stronger, more effective governance under a JPA. In particular, think of how we might handle a Proposition 218, parcel-based funding mechanism. Under the JPA, we would be doing it as that JPA, not as the individual Calaveras County or Stanislaus County. We'd be doing it as the East Side Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And I think that gives a more collaborative regional, support to the concept of sustainable groundwater management that pushes forward the idea that everyone shares the same resource, and if we don't properly manage it in a sustainable fashion, then everybody's hurt. And I think doing that as a regional body as opposed to separate independent member agencies makes a lot more sense, and I think is something that is perhaps more palatable, to the public. So I think that's the last slide, and we'll open it to your questions and your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Mr. Mills, you've been involved in this for a long time. Is there any things you'd like to lead us off on?
Yes, thank you. Walter, you've been involved, or you're involved in how many different basins?
4 basins and 5 separate GSAs.
5 separate GSAs. So this is not the only one that you're involved in. I wanted to make that very clear so everybody understood it. The other thing is that the MOU that we are currently operating under was limited to plan development. That ended when we adopted the plan back in January. So we're kind of in a out over our skis situation right now because the state is requiring us to implement the plan and start reporting on the plan, and we really don't have ourselves together as to roles and responsibilities and authorities as to how to get all that done. So as you know, I've appeared before the State Water Board, and I've actually had coffee with Ms. Marcus a couple of days before she was terminated. So I'm very familiar with what the state's feelings are on this, and if we for some reason just don't get ourselves together to properly implement our piece of the plan, and it causes the rest of the basin to go into a substantial noncompliance, the state's going to look at the whole thing, not just us. And we won't be separated or isolated from the situation. So I think it's very important that this board and all of the other agencies involved move forward towards some type of an authority that can implement the plan because it's the only thing that's left. So, and we've been kind of sitting there. I know Ms. Lewis, Julie Moss Lewis, has been working on this back and forth too and trying to figure out how to make it work. So I think it's up to the board to decide what are you going to be your next steps and how do you want to see this? Do you want to move somebody into from this board into that JPA for the purposes of representing this county along with CCWD, Rock Creek, and Stanislaus? Or do you want to find some other mechanism to be able to do it? Because if you take on your piece of it, land use, for instance, It means the general plan, it means water elements and all of the things that go with that you have specific authorities for, but that's limited as well. So, and CCWD, they have surface water rights, they have certain things that they have. This is not just a singular action here. This is going to require this board to have somebody that's going to take a proactive role in implementing the piece of the plan that affects the Eastside GSA.
So, Mr. Mills, do I hear you saying that you would support a JPA?
At this point, I don't know of any other way to make that smooth transition. That's been the struggle. If you give a piece of the implementation to Calaveras County, you know that what those pieces would be, but then how do you fund it? How do you do the 218 process, or how do you put those controls and restrictions on? An authority could, as Walter had said, could do its own funding and could provide its own mechanism to the enforcement or to the implementation of the plan and meeting those goals. And then it's not left to the county to be dealing with it on a staff basis, but simply to have somebody to report to the JPA and to represent the county in the JPA. That's a good question.
You didn't give me a specific answer.
Yes, I would support a JPA at this point. I don't see any other way around it.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, this is not an action item.
No.
So we're not going to make any choices today. But I want to make sure, Walter, Mr. Ward, if I had understood that there was a possibility, like Amador County that does share a border with Sacramento County, we don't. I think you mentioned that earlier in your presentation. If I had known there was an option to try to figure out how to get out of this, I would have really advised us to push as hard as we can, not to get mixed up in the affairs of the valley on something like this. We provide their surface water. We don't need them having any sort of role in our land use decisions. And that's why I'd be very cautious about a JPA. We have very little authority, but we do have authority over our land use. And I don't want to give up that any authority to somebody out of county. I recognize the risk of the state. I think that's something we have to be aware of. But I don't want the tail wagging the dog here. So I'm not saying I'm close to a JPA, but it's going to have a hell of a mountain to climb to make us feel like we aren't giving up our authority in land use. So if Mr. Ward, if you could go back to the state and get us out of this, I'd be happy not to be part of the Eastside GSA. Obviously, Amador figured it out, so maybe we just missed that boat, but that's disappointing in itself.
I could help there because there is a process by which to adjust boundaries and make those decisions, and there are windows of opportunity by which to do that. And no, that window, there's still an option there. So the discussion can go forward, but you're going to need to provide the geological. Walter, do you want to speak to this as to how this would happen if you did it, or if we did it?
There is a provision in Sigma that doesn't necessarily get you out of Sigma, but it allows for you to put together an alternate to the GSP. You still have to address all the issues that are called out for sustainability, but you can do it under an alternative process. Mr. Garamendi raises a very significant point, and that is that the individual member agencies and their authorities, for example, land use decision-making, we need to make sure that as we form a JPA, that we're not undermining or taking away or diminishing any of those individual agencies' decision-making authority. We can do that how we structure the JPA, and it wouldn't be intended to take away the land use decision-making authority of Calaveras County in any way, but it would be to do that as an informed body through integrated water resources management, if that makes sense. I don't really think we can get out of Sigma, though.
I like to think that the Sigma in many ways is the poster child for full employment of water attorneys and consultants. for the foreseeable future. We are smarter, we all would have gone into water consulting and figured out how to do this. So I'm just really hesitant. This is new information in an open session to talk about this. I'm really concerned about being tied to other counties and other agencies that are going to take away our authority. Mr. Ward, you believe there's a way to do that? I'm open to hearing it, but I have extreme caution about this whole project because we don't have a lot of land that we're talking about. Obviously, Gary's got some, Dennis has got some in his district, but I just don't want this thing, I don't want San Joaquin telling us what we're going to do in Valley Springs.
This reminds me of a conversation we had regarding Trinitas. Mr. Tuffanelli. I'm sorry.
Well, I have, first off, I'm looking at the very first page of this agenda item, and it says on it, action item. It doesn't say informational, it says action. So I don't know if it's an information or an action. I don't see anything, a resolution or anything attached to it. So I'm assuming, like Jack, that it was informational, although it does says action item on it. So we can take an action if we decide to do it.
To listen or not to listen.
Yeah, here's my concerns. It's been my concerns all along. And basically because I drive Highway 26 and I drive Highway 12 into San Joaquin Valley, into Stockton, for my business. And quite frankly, as East Side San Joaquin, we can make all the plans we want to. We can do whatever we want. We can say, yes, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. But when I look at the orchards that are planted on the other side of the boundary in San Joaquin County and the straws that are in there, I was driving home yesterday and there must have been about a 500-acre orchard at December 7th, and the sprinklers were on. Now, that's all tied to this basin. And we have very little land, as Supervisor Garamendi has pointed out, and we do have homes in there in my district that do have straws in the ground, but nothing compared to that. So we can say we're going to do all of this, and it can be for naught, because when we have to turn in the testing and the numbers keep going down no matter what we do, we don't have control over it. These other areas do, that have these great big straws in the ground and sucking it even in the middle of December. Especially during drought. So, my concerns are that. How do we prevent that? We certainly can't put a wall at our county lines and say, the water's not going. We actually generate that water. We replenish that. Those other places, quite frankly, don't have the runoff that we do to replenish that. But yet they're the ones with the biggest straws in the ground. And those are the concerns I have. We can go on and on and on and talk about JPAs and MOUs and everything, but quite frankly, we don't have the control over that being drawn down, no matter what plans we put into effect through our GSA. Those are my comments.
Mr. Stopper.
Mr. Ward, I have a question. Calaveras County, naturally and geographically being higher in elevation, our mountains store our water. The water flows downhill into the valley. Do you believe there's a way we can show we're a contributing factor more than we're a taking factor with those straws in the ground that Mr. Toffanelli's brought up? Because his concerns are mine, and they're valid. I do believe I've heard before in the past that the mayor of Stockton said that Calaveras County is taking all his water. I wasn't in the room with him, but I do believe that when I'm told that. But with that said, I think I can sit down with a pencil on the amount of land here and how much water that falls up in Calaveras County and show that Calaveras County is a contributing factor. What do you believe in that, about that, moving forward?
Everything begins with the understanding of the geology. And what is unique about the Eastside GSA is the geology underneath it is a recharge area for the rest of the basin, but not in the way that you might think. This is not a sponge that everybody has the straws into the same sponge. For example, the valley floor represents about 400 to 500 feet of sediments of a group of formations that are significantly younger in geology than the Merton and the Valley Springs and the Ione formation that crop out on the east side. Those same formations are completely saturated at depth. When you get into the middle of the valley underneath Stockton, none of the straws are drilled that deep. Those formations are 600 or 700 feet deep, and people are really only drilling wells into the younger sediments that lie above it. So part of the GSP and part of our responsibility as a GSA will be making sure that this information is known and understood, measurable, and demonstrated, and that we can show that the east side is an area that geologically and hydrogeologically is a distinct aquifer system. None of the other wells and straws out on Long Highway 26 are drilled into the Merton, the Valley Springs, or the Ione. They're not touching those. But how does everything integrate? Comes back to understanding the water budget and that the east side is in fact a zone of recharge and contributes to the basin. Now, the idea of non-compliance in other parts of the basin taking down the entire basin under enforcement is the only position that the State Water Resources Control Board will publicly take. I can tell you I've had private conversations with individuals, staff members at the State Water Board, and they claim that they realize that they will have to be more surgical than that. If there are bad players in the basin and they are identified through the monitoring programs and the water levels and their extractions are exceeding the sustainability factors, they're not going to go after everybody uphill. They're going to go after the people that are causing the problem. So we just have to be diligent. We have to be at the table. We have to be voiceful. We have to be loaded with information to carry our argument. And I think we can do that as a stronger body in a collaborative fashion as the JPA, although we can do it as an MOU. I'm not trying to get hung up on that. I'm just saying our collective voice needs to be at the table, number one, and it needs to be firm with facts.
Mr. Ward, can I follow up on that?
Sure.
And I appreciate your explanation. I mean, that's 90% of the wells, not 100%. I mean, there's certain cases where there are some drilled deeper in certain areas because we all know that the formations aren't even perfect within the lines that it shows on this boundary. But to move on, you're talking JPA. I would like you to say specifically to me who is proposed to be on the JPA, and I would like to follow up with another question after that.
Well, who is proposed to be on the JPA is an open question. We could start out with one member from each of the four agencies. Now, you could argue, well, that creates, situations for ties. How do you break the tie? Well, you go back around the loop again and you continue to talk until you don't have a 2-2 tie. Or we talk about creating an odd number and you use some sort of a weighting factor, population, land coverage, water extraction, something that gives more weight to to having more representation. We haven't cracked that nut. I mean, we've only begun to talk about it, and all I can say is each of the agencies would be, in concept, fairly represented by their own appointment.
Let me put it this way. You're saying Rock Creek, Calaveras County Water District, Calaveras County, and Stanislaus County as the four?
Yes.
Okay. With Stanislaus County having such a load of so many other groundwater basins and GSAs within their region, I mean, that's pretty extravagant for them. What is their interest at this time?
Compliance with the law, developing sustainable groundwater management programs, and working collaboratively on a regional basis.
So you brought this before Stanislaus County, the supervisor said compliance with the law is their utmost priority.
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, when we created the GSA for the east side, Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors were told at that time that we would be coming back to them later to talk about transitioning from an MOU to a JPA.
Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I might provide a little bit of clarification, our intention today was to be able to provide information on where we stand at point in time to not only our Board of Supervisors, but all of the governing bodies in the existing GSA. What I would hope to get out of this at the end of this, now that you have some information on pros and cons of the different configurations, up to and including our existing MOU, or if we did absolutely nothing and the potential of the state coming in and being involved. And so what I would have hoped at the end of this for us to be able to have direction from the board, not so much as action, but to me as a participant in the GSA, either to look at ways that we could craft our roles and responsibilities under the existing MOU, legal provisions that might be in a JPA agreement, which we already have a draft of, and Julie Moss Lewis has started to look at, or if the board could potentially even be of the mind to say, we'd just as soon the state take over and handle it because this wasn't our kettle of fish to start with. So that's not a lot of direction that I'm asking for at this point in time, other than what our position should be in working with the GSA, and certainly I'd need to work more closely with council on what our options are. Even in a JPA, there are so many options in the governance that could be crafted in a JPA agreement that we're not ready yet to even talk about what the governance structure would look like, as much as whether that's the route that we may pursue, or if there's 2 or 3 viable options that the board would like me to bring back and make recommendation to at a later point in time. Okay. And so that's really what my goal was in writing the information item and having a presentation that would be provided to all of the governing bodies, not just our board. So this presentation would be consistent for all of the various boards that right now have oversight of the members in the GSA.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, I agree. And it was a conundrum that we've been struggling with for quite some time. We got to the implementation. We're now into that phase of implementing the plan. And we just need some type of an explanation or an understanding of what the roles and the responsibilities and authorities of each individual agency are, and how that plays out in getting that done. It's quite simple, but yet it's very complicated, because we don't, as I understand Supervisor Garamendi's point, we don't want to be having things taken away from us, and then all of a sudden we've lost our ability to control our own destiny. But I also remember, and CCWD has a 30,000 acre foot water right out of Hogan, surface water right, and they can't use it. So are we contributing? Is Calaveras County as a whole contributing to helping to improve the situation? Absolutely. We're giving away basically 27,000 acre feet of water per year, roughly, down that Calaveras River, of which Stockton East and the city of Stockton love us dearly for it, and they don't get a dime. We get nothing for it. CCWD doesn't get anything for it because it's abandoned water. And yet they sit there and complain after drilling 25 wells in the city of Stockton about the fact that we're the ones that seal the water. It's just kind of crazy how the discussion goes. So I think that if the board just ponders a little bit, decides what they want, what kind of direction they want to go, I'll do everything I can to help see that it's implemented, even after I'm out of office if I have to, because this is a key piece of our future. And I certainly don't want us to be pushed into a corner that takes away our water or takes away our rights. And that could be forever. Let's not get into that road.
Mr. Garamendi?
I certainly think we need to have much more in-depth conversation about this. This is a hard one to do with PowerPoint. Mr. Ward's unable to watch us. We're unable to watch him. Same with Mr. Hall. Getting into a JPA with the 4 items I think you listed off, I mean, that puts us on equal footing with JPA with Rock Creek Irrigation District, which is how many property owners versus the 45,000 people, 4 property owners versus the 45,000 people we represent. Furthermore, Mr. Ward said, well, they start on the guys down in the valley. Under a JPA, there is conceivably, obviously we don't have a JPA, we're going to be held responsible for that. So let's game this. Stanislaus gets in a fight with the state. There's going to be lawsuits. Who's going to be paying? We're going to be paying part of that bill. And we're going to be obliged to that, because we're partners in this. That's the way it goes. So we need to be very careful about who we hitch our wagon to on this stuff, because I don't need to blow up our small little county budget by jumping in a Stanislaus or San Joaquin lawsuit where their pockets, we're pocket fuzz, a lint to them as far as our budget goes. They're super. If we didn't know that, it's clearly fact. So I'm urging us that we need to have further conversation, and we need to be very careful about who we jump into bed with, because once we're in, we're in.
Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. The things you brought up are concerns of mine. As we go in, we do have a population of 45,000. And I'm not sure how many connections CCWD has, but, they're pretty extravagant, even in my district, in Rancho Calaveras. And, farther down, then we start getting into the wells, but these numbers go into how much we put into the JPA going down the road when we divide this up. With that said, we do need to consider it. We can't just say no because we're concerned about our portion. Because if the State Water Resources Control Board decides they're going to come and take over, we're not going to have any say. And we'll be in worse straits. As Mr. Mills says, we could lose water rights. They're eager to reassess that regardless, ever since the last drought, and we're going into another one right now. So we definitely need to be careful and consider it, but at the same time, we're going to have to come up with one solution or another, and looking away is not one of them.
Mr. Tuffanelli, did you have something?
Well, I do, and I understand both arguments here, and Dennis, what he's saying, the JPA route probably gives us the best standing, but Supervisor Garamendi's point about being involved in it could mean that it could cost us a lot of money at a time. The other part of the equation is, in my district, we have a water district that's solely on groundwater within this map that we have, the east side. They're solely dependent completely on well water. And I also have constituents in the upper part of this map, which I don't understand the boundaries of, because most of the lots up going towards Comanche on Burson Road and then Buena Vista, they're cracked rock, and a lot of them are dry. You can see Comanche from their homes and almost reach out and touch it, but their wells are drilled 500-600 feet deep and they're completely dry. They're dependent on bringing their own water in. So there's a lot of different things going on here, but Valley Springs PUD completely, and then you have Wallace, which is CCWD now. It used to be independent. They draw groundwater for there too. So they have some deep wells going in there. So they would have to be part of, maybe not part of the JPA, but part of the conversation, since their dependency is to serve those people in those homes on specifically groundwater. So.
Mr. Mills?
I might add, and I know that some of you are aware of it, we have made multiple attempts to Valley Springs PUD to bring them into this conversation, and they have pushed us aside each time. Even the state has reached out to them.
I'm aware of that, but even though their reluctance to do it, they're going to have to be part of this conversation simply because they have 3 wells that they have drilled.
And at that point, the state may turn around and say, if you're not willing to be part of the implementation of this plan, you need to develop your own plan and you need to implement that. It may come down to that with them, just so you're aware.
Well, being part of JPA and within this East Side GSA, they would still have to be, maybe they don't have somebody at the table, but they still have to be part of this conversation as part of this plan, regardless if they want to participate in it or not, is all I'm saying. And because they are drawing down off of that table.
That's correct.
So.
Mr. Minkler, if you're with us, is there anything you would like to address?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity, and I really appreciate the board taking the time to hear this item today and really dig into these issues. I appreciate the consideration, and you're raising some very good questions, some very good concerns that I know the CCWD board shares some of those concerns with you. We have to be very clear that we have not made, nor could we make, any determinations about how the authority would be structured and the weight of any individual agency on that JPA board. All of that would remain to be determined as a part of a negotiation of hammering out a joint powers agreement if we are to go down that road. And I think the concerns about an equitable share of representation on that board are completely valid and issues that we're going to have to discuss as we talk about the structure of the entity. And I also think the land use considerations that several of the board members have raised are very legitimate concerns. To a certain degree, I think the county lost a little bit of control over land use decisions in the portion of the county that overlies the critically overdrafted basin when SGMA was passed. And that's not something that the Eastside GSA would be taking away from the county. That's something that the state is going to enforce if we're not able to comply with SGMA and bring the basin into sustainability. So there is going to be a certain degree of a loss of control in land use in that part of the county, but I think that's part of SGMA, not necessarily part of what the Eastside GSA is trying to do. What we're trying to do is, and I think Walt already really made this point, but what we're trying to do is create a really robust entity that can represent the interests of the member entities in implementing those requirements so that we don't lose any more control than what we've already lost. And CCWD we don't have land use jurisdiction, and so I think, but we understand we want local control. We want to be able to deal with the Board of Supervisors regarding land use decisions in Calaveras County rather than the State Water Resources Control Board. So we really do, I think it's really important that whether it's an MOU or a JPA, that we have dedicated the resources and that we have a robust entity that's able to represent our interests in the implementation of SGMA. I think the thing that changed my mind, because I'm also skeptical of forming new JPAs, I think that should be reserved for only instances where it's really necessary. And what changed my mind in part was the litigation that we're already involved in, but also the fact that we need to find a way to create a revenue stream to fund the actions of the GSA that isn't just reliant on the member agencies' general funds. And I think that would be something that the GSA would be empowered to do. It gives us, I think, more flexibility in coming up with innovative revenue-generating solutions, in addition to just having to potentially assess fees on property owners, groundwater banking, other potentially really innovative solutions. Those are options that a GSA that is funded and staffed and really robust, those options are going to be available to a GSA like that. But it would be really hard to pursue those opportunities under an MOU structure the way we are right now. So I think there's a lot of valid concerns. I think it makes sense to continue having the discussion, see if we can come up with a structure that makes sense, allows us to take advantage of those opportunities without ceding any additional land use authority or anything else that's within our individual agency jurisdictions. So I, again, really appreciate you taking the time to consider this today, and I look forward to future discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yeah, Mike, have you had a discussion with your board on this? Have they discussed this? Have they voted on it? Have they taken any action?
No action. We talk about it quite a bit at the CCWD board. Usually every other month or so, we'll have an update on the actions of the Groundwater Sustainability Authority and the implementation of the plan. And we actually have an item for this same presentation we'll be delivering to the CCWD board tomorrow. No action, we won't be taking any action at that time either. But this is the same message. We wanted to circle back to each of the member entities and get everybody on the same page and get everybody talking about what the next steps are for the agency. But no action at this time.
So you haven't had an open discussion on a JPA. You don't know what the board's, their favor is on moving forward with an MOU or a JPA?
The CCWD board has not taken action on that. No.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Stopper?
Mr. Winkler brought up a good point, continuing the discussion. I'm definitely there. I think it's definitely something that needs to be continued, and we need to find out where everyone else's position is. And I, again, will reiterate, standing back and doing nothing is not an option in my mind.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm pounding an old drum. I was just going to point out that JPAs can have the authority to impose taxes. So that four-person board is going to have a 1 out of 4 votes to tax the citizens of Calaveras. If we wrote it up that way, it's a possibility.
But they'd need 2/3.
Well, okay, who's the out party in that case?
Well, let Stanislaus taxpayers pay it and not us. That's the way.
There you go. We'll make sure that. Thank you. There's a good idea, Madam Chair.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing more doom.
More Lent.
They got more than.
I'm hearing more doomsday than I am things positive as we go forward. I mean, years ago, Mr. Tuffanelli and I were on the board when we discussed the Trinitas project, and water was a huge part of that. So this isn't something, as has been said, that's going to go away. And the end of the line is that the state takes over. So none of us want that. I don't think Stanislaus does, CCWD, Calaveras, I'm sure Rock Creek. So as Mr. Stopper said, we need to move forward. And I think what my recommendation is that I'll get together with the CAO, Mr. Stopper, Vice Chair, and we'll see about where we can move forward and what it would look like to bringing it forward to the board, to the respective boards. That would be Stanislaus, CCWD, Rock Creek, and our board. That this is a proposal that maybe the MOU members are presenting, and then we can maybe move into some action. Mr. Mills?
Yes, be sure that Julie's included in that conversation. She's intimately familiar with the
Right,
situation.
right, yeah, she would. I'm sure the attorneys for each of the respective agencies will be very involved in this. Is there any disagreement on how I'm recommending that we proceed? I didn't think there would be. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Alt.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I heard the concerns of our board. I took notes. Julie and I have talked about this. She was concerned for obvious reasons that a JPA and creating another legal entity obviously has a definite need to have counsel involved. So I don't want to leave us with the impression that we brought this presentation here forward to say, please tell us to go make a JPA or move forward on an MOU. We wanted everybody, all of the governing bodies to have the information current point in time. We have regular monthly meetings for the GSA, and I'll bring back the concerns, obviously, as a representative of Calaveras County, of where we stand, and many of our partners are here today, and in many cases our partner agencies share them. And so if it's the appetite of the board, at least for us to explore different options under a JPA and what the legal arrangements can be under the JPA in terms of membership and representation, et cetera, then I will certainly work very closely with council to make sure we're represented well, just as our other partners will do aggressively for their own agencies.
Well, we belong to other JPAs. I'm not afraid of a JPA. It's just, how do you want to design the JPA?
Right.
I think my colleagues brought up some concerns. I'm sure CCWD board will have the similar concerns tomorrow. So I will be working with you on how we would at least move forward and have at least a plan on moving forward. All right, Mr. Alt.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anything else? Are there any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
No public comments on this item? Okay, we are going to stand in recess till 1:45. Okay, and Mr.
It's going to blow up.
Thank you. Like to reconvene the meeting? Like to reconvene the meeting. Thank you. I want to move back to item 27, Public Works approval. This is a public hearing and approval of the resolution of necessity. Mr. Pack, are you going to be with us? Oh, okay. I want to open the public hearing. Mr. Pack.
Yes, can you hear me, Board?
Yes, thank you.
Can you see my presentation before you?
Yes.
Great. So, good afternoon, Chair Callaway and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works, and I am here today to present the resolution and necessity public hearing for the State Route 4 Wagon Trail project. I do want to highlight I have 3 other people on the call that are here to answer technical questions, including Robert Pattinger, our Deputy Director, Matt Satow, our Project Manager with Dewberry Drake Haglin, and Brenda Aguiar Guerrero, our Legal Counsel for the Wagon Trail project with extensive experience in resolutions of necessity and property acquisition. So the action we're asking you to take today is to approve a resolution of necessity which would determine the interest and necessity in requiring various property interests for the State Route 4 Wagon Trail project. Now, resolutions of necessity require us to make certain findings. The first finding is that the public interest and necessity requires the proposed project Number two is that the project is planned in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Number three, the property described in this resolution is not only necessary, but, well, it is necessary for the proposed project. And then number four is that the offer, in accordance with the government code, has been made to the owners of record. You'll find in your exhibits, not only in the resolution and staff report, but in the exhibits and attachments, as well as the information presented today, should not only satisfy, I believe, go far in exceedance of those findings. I want to highlight that there could be other things that come up as part of this hearing that aren't necessarily germane to the findings the board can take today. Compensation is one of those, and that's not necessarily part of this conversation today. I know the board is intimately familiar with the Wagon Trail project, but for folks who are maybe viewing at home who are unfamiliar, the project has been either formally or informally planned for the county for many decades. It stretches generally from Copperopolis to the town of Angels Camp. There are a number of segments. We are primarily focusing right now on the western segment. We believe we now have sufficient funding to deliver the project, which is very exciting. And but this is just a general overview of the project at large. And so the project need, and again, this is part of satisfying the project, and I don't think I need to, go through a long laundry list of the project history and the need, but I know Supervisor Callaway said it very well on a conference call last week that the road follows the original wagon trail, and anytime you try to utilize a road that was really not designed, but was, built in the 19th century and use it for 21st century vehicles and traffic, it's just not a good recipe. And you see that in the collision history. We have a very high collision history, 66 vehicles in the most recent 3-year period. And it seems like every time you pick up the Calaveras Enterprise or another local newspaper, you read about some sort of incident on this section of Highway 4. There are also operational issues that you're aware of, and this helps address some of those operations. But safety is certainly a primary factor as part of this project. Now, again, I'm not going to go through the entire history of the project, but the most recent iteration, the real formal efforts, began 20 years ago. And I want to highlight, especially since 2010, with the development of the environmental document, the environmental and engineering studies and technical studies, as well as the public hearings, not only to determine alternatives, but to determine alternatives and an analysis and with public feedback that really were designed to minimize, impacts to the public and private residents while being able to deliver the project. We are currently in the final right-of-way and design phase. We're essentially, at the 1-yard line. We're ready to punch it in, to use my football analogy. And I believe this helps to satisfy, or not only satisfy, again, to really bring to the point that we've done a lot of effort above and beyond satisfying those minimum qualifications for the findings today. Now, the right-of-way is the last key component. In order for us to move forward with the project, we have to certify the right-of-way with the state. We have to have the property before we can build on the property. And despite the fact that we've done everything we can to minimize impacts, we do have impacts. Anytime you relocate a highway, there are going to be impacts. And we have 7 property owners identified, and we've been fortunate. We've come to an agreement with 6 of those property owners, including one just last Wednesday. We have 1 property owner, and that's the Tiscornia parcel that remains unresolved. And moving forward in this presentation, when I say a property owner, the primary negotiator that we've been working with has been Cole Tiscornia, but there are actually 4 identified property owners, and they're all listed here. And so just kind of keep that in mind when I talk about property owner. If I use that in singular term, it's really referring to this group of folks. But Cole Tiscornia has been our primary point of contact. Now, the parcel in question, we are acquiring various interests, property interests. The biggest one is simple fee, which is another word for actually buying the property. It's not an overly wide parcel, but with the length of Highway 4, it ends up being a number of acres of purchase. We also have some utility easements, one for Caltel and one for PG&E. And we also have what's called a temporary construction easement. And that's temporary in nature to stage construction materials and equipment and to stage just construction activity. And when we're done, that returns back to the property owner in its original condition. Now, the appraised value, the current appraised value is $285,000. And I highlight that because The original appraised value 6 months ago was quite a bit lower than that. And through our negotiations and through our working with the property owner, we've identified a number of issues that we agree with the property owner need to be resolved, and that has been reflected in an increased appraisal amount to account for those additional items that we've identified to make the property owner whole and to minimize the impacts on their parcel. So the timeline goes back a little bit before July, but I'm going to focus quite a bit on since July 8th, which is on or around the date that we made our first formal offer. And we've met in particular with Discornia and his representatives a number of times through field meetings and phone calls, Zoom meetings, in-person meetings to discuss not only the valuation of the parcel, but a number of operational issues. And after our last meeting in September or October, we came away with the impression that we had resolved most, if not all, of his operational issues, but compensation was still a concern. Nevertheless, we did present a counter offer to the property owner on October 28th, and with no response, we sent this notice to the property owner on or around November 12th in accordance with state law. I do want to highlight that if you are interested, or if the public's interested in seeing a detailed history of all of our correspondence, it is included in the attachments in the staff report and resolution. So we've made a lot of effort. I think we've done a lot of work to negotiate in good faith to address the issues that the property owner has identified. We've reflected that in the increased compensation. And I want to highlight that this process hasn't been acrimonious to date. We've been working together, and it can be. It is a difficult process. The one thing I would say, though, is at this time we have not received any counter proposal from the property owner. And I don't think you need to have a master's in negotiating to recognize that you have to have two parties to negotiate, and we don't have that. And as a result, we've reached what we would call an impasse, which is why we're here today. And there's some other reasons that I'll get into in the upcoming slides. One of those is the funding. For those of you that are familiar, the project has about $10.3 million in state SHOP funds. That was identified by Caltrans. In order to be eligible to receive this $10.3 million, there are a couple of timelines that have to be hit. We have to certify our right-of-way, which means not only acquire the necessary right-of-way, but have the state certify it by the middle or end of April. And then subsequent to that, the California Transportation Commission has to allocate the funding at their June 2021 meeting. And one of the things with this funding is it's use it or lose it. And so we're unaware of any flexibility to obtain extensions or any sort of grace period. And so if we're not able to meet this deadline, not only do we risk losing the 10.3, there are some other funding sources that would likely be lost, including the recent grant funding in the amount of about $5.9 million that the county received just a couple of weeks ago from the CTC for this project as well. So it's a domino effect here that if we lose this, it's likely that we will lose these other funding sources. Now, in order for us to certify the right-of-way, and for Caltrans to certify it, they have 3 levels of certification. 1, 2, and 3 really original. But level 1 is a very basic, we agree with the property owner, everyone shakes hands, we sign an agreement, and we have the property. And we've done that so far with 6 of the 7 property owners. Level 2 is that we agree that the project's going to move forward, we agree on the property that's going to be acquired, but we don't agree on a price. And in those cases, we can enter in what's called a possession and use agreement to memorialize that, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. Level 3 is when not only do we not agree on the price, there's other parameters we don't agree on, and we're at that impasse, and that we have to follow court proceedings to get what's called an order of possession. And I'll talk about that here in a couple of slides as well. So the level 2 that would actually be ideal, I think it would be a really good option here, is, again, it's when both parties agree on everything, but we don't necessarily agree on the price. And if we can get the property owner to agree and to execute an agreement to this effect, that allows us to certify the project's right-of-way and move forward with construction by recognizing at the same time that we haven't agreed on price and that there will be a process, a separate process to do so, including arbitration or some sort of mediation by a third party if we can't come to an agreement ourselves. This also preserves the property owner's right to determine final price, much like they would through eminent domain proceedings. And another advantage of this is once we sign this possession and use agreement, the property owner would get a payment of that appraised amount into an escrow account in which they can use immediately. So that $285,000 would immediately go into an escrow fund and could be drawn upon by the property owner before the final process has been determined. So this is certainly a valuable process to us. We have asked the property owner to consider and potentially sign that, and so far the owner has not signed this possession and use agreement. So as a result, we are making the recommendation to start the level 3 process. I want to highlight that this is our last option. This is not a preferable option. This process states that we've not only identified the need for these property interests, but we've gone through a process to appraise and negotiate that in good faith. If the board does approve that today, this starts a 5-month process to obtain that order of possession, which will allow us to then get a level 3 certification and move forward with the project. And the one thing I want to highlight today is this is not a simple majority vote. It requires a 4/5 board vote in order to approve it. So I wanted you to be aware of that. The one thing I want to share with the board and the public that are on is we recognize the sensitivity of property acquisition. It's inherent in our Bill of Rights. It's in the Fifth Amendment, or the Fifth Amendment of the Bill of Rights. It's called the Takings Clause. We recognize the sensitivity to this. We have not taken this action in decades. I'm not aware. I know Robert isn't aware. I don't think, at least with Public Works, we have not taken any similar action for any recent history. And we do that for a reason, because we recognize the sensitivity of that and the impacts it can have on property owners, especially a family like the Scornias that have given so much to our community over many, many decades. I want to highlight too that just because if the board takes action today, that doesn't end our negotiating process, and we will continue to negotiate with the property owners until either we get a resolution or and get an agreement, or potentially have to follow through with this process. I will say that in most cases, after a resolution of necessity is adopted, usually parties reach an agreement before it reaches the end game and the order of possession. And I can speak to my experience in my prior jurisdiction. I've gone through this twice before, and in both cases, the parties have reached agreement within weeks after this step has been taken. So I can speak to my experience similar to the general experience of our legal counsel, that this is, and that's what we're hopeful to, whether it's a level 2 certification or whether we can come to an agreement shortly thereafter. We will certainly push for that. There is an alternative. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't share with you the alternatives you have before you today and the potential impacts or benefits of that. The board can certainly either reject the resolution of necessity or delay action. If that's the case, the county and our actors will continue to negotiate with property owners. However, if we can't reach an agreement, the county's likely to lose not only that 10.3, but the additional funding of 20.7. And I wrote down here that the construction of Wagon Trail will be delayed indefinitely, and I think that's being optimistic. With 20 years of history, with the state putting up so much funding, I think if we aren't able to meet this deadline, I think the state funding goes away and the project dies. That's my opinion. It's going to be very difficult for the state to reconsider giving us funding if we can't get past this deadlock. So I also want to highlight, before I move on to the next slide and open it up to questions, is to date we've spent about 7.4 in our local state funding shares already on the project through its preliminary phases. So we've made a pretty sizable investment over the last 20 years on this project. So in conclusion, we are making the recommendation to the board to approve this resolution. We think not only have we satisfied these findings, I think we've gone far above and beyond to try and negotiate in good faith. And I want to highlight too that we made that decision. I think the board's familiar that we made a decision instead of Caltrans moving forward with this process. We decided for the county to do that, and the reason for that was we felt we were in a better position to represent the property owner interests. Caltrans can be a bit rigid in their approach sometimes. They can be draconian and kind of bully folks around. We recognized as the county that we could be in a better position to empathize with property owners and be able to negotiate and cooperate with them to recognize things without necessarily jeopardizing our stewards of public funds, but at the same time, we can coordinate and work with property owners, and we've done that with all of the property owners save one. We will continue to negotiate with the property owners in parallel with this process, but we recognize that if it does go to fruition, it may take as much as 5 months to process the right-of-way, and if you're doing the math at home, that would put us at a target date of April, which is very close to the June CTC authorization date. So we are essentially at the deadline, and that's why we're bringing it to you today. I do want to highlight, though, if we end up going through the entire process, we hope to get the project funding award in June, and likely advertise the project in the late summer and potentially start in fall. If we can get agreement sooner and get that funding from the CTC sooner, there's nothing stopping us from starting this project sooner, and we will certainly pursue that aggressively if we can do that. So again, that ends my presentation. I appreciate your time and your patience. Again, I have 3 folks on the call. In particular, if you have questions about legal matters, Brenda is very experienced in this and can answer those questions. And with that, I'm going to open up to the board and the public and see if you have any questions. Thank you.
Board, do any of you have any questions or comments at this time? Mr. Pack, if this does not go through, do we have to return that $7 million?
No, Supervisor Callaway, that's a good question. I don't believe, since they're local STIP shares, I don't think that's the case. It could be if there's any federalized funding involved. I'll have to look and get more information to you. Obviously, $21 million is a lot, and any amount we'd have to return is much smaller than that. I don't think the STIP shares have to be returned, but I know on other federal projects that is always a concern. So if that's a question, I'm happy to follow up and provide that information.
Yeah, thank you. No questions from my colleagues? No? Are there any questions or comments from the public?
Not at this time.
All right. This is a public hearing. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yeah, Josh, I do have a question. Obviously, you've been discussing or talking with Cole. Have you had any conversations or discussions with any of the other 3 people that have interest in these properties?
Supervisor Tuffanelli, not directly as I'm aware, and I can let Matt or Brenda, if I'm incorrect. We have sent notices to them in accordance with state law, the notices that were required to not only with the offers, but also with the acquisition. We've been coordinating with them on that level. But as far as the day-to-day correspondence, trying to come up with agreements, especially with the operational issues on the ranch, no, those other 3 have not been nearly as involved or as involved as Cole has. Cole has definitely been the point person on this.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pack, Mr. Tosconia and his attorney both knew about today's meeting?
Yes, we provide notification for them on November 12th. They did have a time frame. They had 15 days from the notice to provide written response to appear here, although they certainly also have the right through public comment. They were notified and they were aware, and we continue to inform them as we've continuing to been trying to negotiate during that time between that original notice and we have not heard much, if any, response from them.
Okay, thank you. Well, hearing no public comment, and Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yeah, let me get to the right page here. I'm looking at your timeline that you gave us, and on 11/6, the last entry says you called Mr. Foley to follow up with the PAU and left a message with his secretary, and he was in the meeting. You had no response or no communication with Mr. Foley at all since 11/6?
No, unfortunately, there is a deadline for submitting items into our system for consideration for board agenda. And so the deadline, the documentation reflects the submittal into the system in mid-November. So there has been correspondence since then that's not reflected in our report or resolution because of that deadline to submit information.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no questions or public comment, I want to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action on a resolution of necessity determining the public interest and necessity requiring acquisition of property interest in several accessible parcels for the State Route 4 Wagon Trail project ownership under the Tusconia Trust. Mr. Mills.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution of necessity to determine the public interest and necessity in acquiring acquisition of property interests in these assessed parcels as listed.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
I just want to say one thing first, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the work that Public Works has put into this. They've gone into this with goodwill and done everything in within their means to be able to facilitate this and acting in good faith. This is definitely a project that's needed and has been long in the works. But I will have to say that eminent domain is something that I have some serious issues with. So I'm just going to say that prior to the vote.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second on this resolution?
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Mr. Toffanelli.
I want to have a couple words before we
Sure.
take the vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, Madam Chair, this has been a long time coming, not this resolution, but this whole project has been ongoing for quite some time. As long as I've been involved in this board, it's been going. There's a lot of contentious times that went forward. We had meetings at Bret Harte High School that were very contentious. A lot of different people involved. And to get to this point in time where we are this close, we have funding, we're this close to this long-needed project. It's very well spelled out in what's been given to us by Public Works. The road is very narrow. There's no shoulders. The accident rate is just tremendous, especially since they opened Pool Station Road up and did the improvements there. They did so much there, widening the road, and then all of a sudden the road gets narrow again, and that's where you're having a lot of the accidents because it goes narrow real quick and then a sharp turn to the right, and you have potential for many, many accidents that needs to be straightened out. Hopefully we can come to an agreement before we go all the way down the line on this eminent domain thing. I feel the same way as Supervisor Stopper does on it. But we need to move forward just to protect the public themselves. Many of our constituents that drive that road, even school buses drive that road, going back and forth from Copperopolis. I know many try and take Pool Station Road. It has its own problems in itself, Pool Station Road. It'd be very nice to get this project completed with an open road and straightening out some of the curves so it's very safe traveling both ways. So that's what I wanted, my comments.
Okay.
Before the
Mr.
vote.
Mills, did you have a comment too, please?
Before we vote, ma'am, thank you. I have been personally the recipient of an eminent domain proceeding, so I don't like eminent domain at all, and never have. But there are times when there is a public good, and being in the emergency services for as long as I have, and having actually been a witness to some of the incidents that have occurred in this section of roadway, it's a heart wrencher for both sides, and I understand why there's contention. But I also understand that there's a public safety issue that has to be resolved, and we have the money. It's not a matter of that. If we were talking about this 10 years ago, it'd be a different story. But we have the money now, so let's move forward. Let's get it done.
I guess I'll make a comment too. This has been the county's highest priority. It's been in the works for well over 20 years. We're not getting caught up in the eminent domain, but realizing what is the goal. The goal is to do this project. And if this is the last and final step that we have to go through to do it, then I strongly believe this is something that we need to vote on. As uncomfortable as it is, but I don't want us getting caught up in, well, I don't believe in eminent domain, and then we're going to lose this project forever. We might as well say we don't want it. And it's not just Mr. Pack or those of us on the board today, but prior board members, prior public works directors, the contentious meetings we've had with everybody who lived along the Highway 4 corridor. This is just sort of the last effort that we can do to make it happen. And I hope I'll have your vote. So unless any other, Mr. Stopper, did you want to make a comment?
Just have my mic on to vote.
Oh, okay. All right. I have a motion by Mr. Mills, a second by Mr. Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Mr. Pack, thank you. And don't go away. I just want to do one housekeeping thing on item 23 that Mr. Mills pulled. I have been in touch with Ms. Turner, and we will be dealing with that issue just before item 32. Okay, Mr. Pack, I'd like to do item 28, please. I can see you've made all the supervisors happy with this.
Oh.
Well, you know, there are a couple, I want a horse trade here.
Well, this is the stuff I love to bring to you. And I'm really pleased to present the 2021 draft Public Works Capital Improvement Program. And before I move forward into the program, I do want to highlight staff. First of all, delivery of a robust capital improvement program is really, it's an entire department endeavor. And I have to take a second to recognize all of our departments and their critical role in delivering projects and programs for our community. This upcoming program for the 2021 year, I want to highlight two folks in particular. Mark Kenzalak, our business administrator, has been involved in the budget side of things to develop the fiscal performas and the budgeting necessary to fund the projects. And then Jennifer Ellis, our senior civil engineer, has been a critical person to help deliver the project sheets, identify new projects, work with Mark to fund those. And then on the other side, then she gets the enviable task of trying to deliver this large amount of projects for the county. So I want to thank them for their efforts before I move forward. Really quick today, I have a couple of focuses here. I want to touch briefly on where the money comes from to fund the program. I want to look back at the 2020 season. It's truly been historic and an opportunity maybe to just recognize some of the achievements we've had over the past year. And then shift to 2021 with a special emphasis on our paving program, talk about some of the changes and many of the things that are staying the same, some of the other projects for 2021, and then some other major future projects. And I think most important, though, is to give an opportunity for the board and the public to see the draft plan and provide input and direction. And the goal today is for, again, this is not an action item. It's to receive feedback, comments, and input that we can take to amend the program and bring it back to you for adoption in early 2021. And the goal of that is to basically roll right into the mid-year budget. So the information that you provide is immediately utilized for our budgeting purposes in just a month or two. So I don't plan to spend a lot of time on this. Really, generally, we have two revenue sources. We have what's called discretionary funding, which gives us the flexibility to spend in ways that we see fit. And we have restricted revenue, which is usually project or program specific. Now, the vast majority of our discretionary revenue helps fund our core services, maintenance services, fleet maintenance, administrative services. We only utilize 2% of our revenue for the capital improvement program, which, in an ideal world, if funding was more robust, we would be using more discretionary revenue for much needed projects. But with that said, the restricted revenue, like federal funds, another resource was the gas tax that was passed in 2017. There is a set aside called the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, and that's earmarked for projects, primarily maintenance projects. The PG&E settlement funding that this board approved for improvement for roads for Butte Fire, all of those are considered restricted revenue in one way or another. And these three programs alone fund more than 91% of our combined capital improvement program. Overall, this year, we're proposing a 5-year, $96.1 million program. It's pretty similar to last year as far as monetary value. That will go down in future years, and Wagon Trail is a big part of that. As Wagon Trail gets hopefully delivered here in the next couple of years, that will shrink the program. But this year, it stays relatively similar because the projects we delivered in 2019 and the prior fiscal year have been replaced by new projects. So there's been kind of a wash between the projects that were delivered and the new projects. But as I mentioned, this project will decrease, especially as we continue to deliver projects and get those off the backlog. Before I move forward with 2021, I want to take a few minutes and to do a shameless pat on the back for the work that we've all done collectively in 2020. 2020 has been nothing short of historic. We've delivered 15 projects. We started 17. We have 2 that are the Canyon View and Gwen Mine that started this fall and will continue again in the spring and summer. But these are all sorts of projects. Some of them, like the 6 Mile Road project, the O'Burns Ferry Road, and the Mountain Ranch Road, were projects that were on the books for years or a decade or more, and the department finally was able to deliver. Other ones, there was a specific focus on road resurfacing, as identified through the Burson Road and the SB1 road resurfacing program, as well as the Butte Fire projects. We completed 2 bridge projects, both over low water crossings. We did road safety projects, disaster recovery projects. There really isn't one dominant project. We did a lot of work to a lot of the benefit of the county and all over the county, benefiting all 5 districts. Again, it's a lot of projects. In a typical year, we may do 3 to 5, so the fact that we did 15 is truly historic. And I want to highlight that this success flies in the face of the logistical challenges that we all faced in 2020. In mid-March, COVID restrictions came down. There was a month period that I didn't know if we were going to be doing any projects. And March and April was the prime time to be advertising projects, getting those ready for construction. It was we didn't know what was going to happen. We also lost some key engineering staff. We lost our only licensed staff level engineer. We've had a heavy road maintenance workload, not only with the disaster recoveries, but our road crews were prepping a lot of these projects for construction on our behalf. And so despite those challenges, we were able to meet or exceed the expectations identified in the previous CIP. And I want to highlight really quick, and the board earlier today approved a bid package for job order contracting. There's no way we could have done a fraction of the work without the JOC program. We delivered, my early estimate is somewhere around $6.3 million in projects through JOC. A lot of them repetitive, maintenance driven, but having to advertise those through more traditional processes would have been next to impossible if we didn't have JOC. So the decision by the board to move forward with JOC, have a little bit of a leap of faith there, has absolutely been successful. We could not be more pleased, and we will continue the program next year, and hopefully we'll continue to see the success with that program. So shifting from last year and focusing to the future, this is the second year of our paving program. We developed this and brought this to the board last year as part of the adoption of the 2020 CIP. And we talked last year at length about how even with the increased funding from SB1, we don't have enough resources to meet all of the demand. And so we talked about establishing priorities, primarily focusing our money on major collector and collector roads, roads that carry high amounts of volume, also focusing on roads that we would call at-risk or fair shape. And the reason for that is we can treat 5 times as many miles of road that are at risk than roads that are poor failed. And so the investment is to keep the roads that are at risk of failing in decent and good shape, and then do what you can after the fact to repair poor or failed roads. In addition, we talked about doing it geographically, recognizing that there's significant value in keeping projects within a certain geographic area, especially with all of the indirect costs that are related to construction. If we can keep it all focused in singular geographic areas, and as you'll see in the program, we continue to do that as we move around from one geographic area to the other. We recognize that the program, we can't completely ignore residential neighborhoods, so we've included annual set-asides to address neighborhoods. In particular, I think the early focus would be more developed, more traditional suburban-like subdivisions that have a fair number of homes, not necessarily doing long rural roads that serve only a few residents. But there is a recognition that when we're in those neighborhoods, we should be doing what we can within reason to try and address some of the worst issues in those neighborhoods. I want to highlight, too, that you'll see the program for 2021. After that program, you'll see geographic areas, but you'll see some large funding that doesn't have specific roads, and that's for a reason. That's for planning purposes. We've earmarked funding, but we haven't finalized the roads. And the idea behind that is to go each year prior to that to work with the public, to work with the elected supervisor in that district, to work with others. We'll work with our road crews in particular to identify roads most in need that might not traditionally show up through some traffic study or pavement report. So we'll be working each year to address those and bring more refined data to you each subsequent year. This is the recommendation for 2021, and it remains largely intact from last year. A lot of the roads that are in here are the same roads that were in here the previous year. The ones in the rectangle, inside the rectangle, that are in and around the town of Murphy's, those are new. And the reason for that is, in our correspondence with the local utilities, there were a lot of roads in Rancho Calaveras and the public roads surrounding there that were going to be impacted by CCWD projects in 2021. And no one wants to pave a road only to have a utility trench 2-3 weeks, months later. And so we agreed to pull those particular roads from the program, reintroduce those at a later date once their work is complete. And after we did that, in coordination primarily with CCWD, we had about $700,000 or so money left aside. And so we made the decision, or made the recommendation, to move roads in the downtown Murphy's area up a year into the 2021 program. And the advantage for that is it's still somewhat geographic in area. It's a little lower in elevation. There are some very inherent needs to these roads. And so that's why that's there. But those other roads that have been pulled are programmed in an upcoming list. And so you'll see the planning level roads from 2022 and beyond. And again, you'll see the geographic intent here. 2022 has kind of a focus along the 4 corridor in White Pines, Arnold, Dorrington area. There is a pretty sizable set aside of about $750,000 to work with local neighborhoods and identify needs. 2023, we kind of rotate over to District 2. We recognize that a lot of work has been done on roads in District 2, but there are also a lot of roads that weren't impacted by the Butte fire that need attention. And so downtown Moke Hill, I think the neighborhood, Glencoe and West Point and other neighborhoods need some attention, and we recognize that. 2024, we work our way back down to San Andreas. There's a sizable investment in the San Andreas area. And I want to highlight Valley Springs Elementary area as part of a large project, and I'll talk about that in an upcoming slide. But we're really excited about delivering a project there to kind of continue the efforts that the COG has done in the last couple of years to identify some benefits and improvements for that neighborhood. I haven't talked about the CSAs, and so we have a lot of roads programmed in the CSAs. I'll talk about that in the next slide. And you'll see below under the future projects for CCWD coordination, these are the roads that CCWD has identified for major projects this upcoming year. So we've pulled those out. They're standalone projects, and the idea is when CCWD is done, we'll be able to coordinate with them and eventually deliver some sort of project utilizing these roads. So I want to highlight that even though it says TBD, the plan is to deliver these projects likely through a standalone project in the future once CCWD is done with their work in those neighborhoods. Now, I talked about CSAs, and we do have sizable investments there. I want to talk about coordination for a second, because traditionally we would bring this to some sort of workshop in the public session. I know the supervisors with CSAs in their districts have been to those meetings. Some are more well attended than others. This year, in light of COVID, we went old school and we mailed more than 3,700 flyers to property owners to not only inform them of the upcoming program, but to give them a link, email, an opportunity to provide feedback to Public Works on roads they, on the program, what they agree with, what they disagree with. Unfortunately, we saw a pretty poor turnout. We only saw about a 1% response rate, which is disappointing. I'm still really glad we did it, because I think in the past we weren't getting a large subset of discussions from the public. This at least lets the public know in those areas about the projects and gives them an opportunity to comment. With that said, we did receive some good feedback from those respondents. We also received comments from our pavement study that we did last year, and the utilities provided comments as well. Again, there were some conflicts, in particular in CSA 1, so we were able to utilize their comments and program appropriately. Again, we do have some roads listed beyond 2021, and the thought is as we get closer to those construction years, we'll reach out to those respective CSAs to discuss in more detail. So, in summary on the paving program, I don't take this lightly, we've paved, between this current year and next year, we'll have paved or resurfaced more roads than what we've done in decades. And we're really proud of that. It's work that's long overdue. We've done a lot of outreach with the CSAs as well as the utilities. We've made a lot of progress, but I do want to highlight, and I dwelled on this a lot last year, the long-term prognosis for funding in our road conditions is not overly optimistic. We do project a long-term downward trend. We do recognize that without some sort of increased funding, there is a risk for our roads to continue to degrade in the long term. With that said, I want to highlight some examples of us doing more with less, and I'm really proud of our flexibility. And a good example is on the surfaces we did this last year. On Burson Road, we had originally planned to overlay that. After further analysis, we determined that a rubberized chip seal could provide a lot of the same value at a lesser cost, and we were able to reutilize that funding to extend paving on portions of Murphy's Grade Road. And so really proud of the opportunity there to deliver a much needed need on a high traveled road, and at the same time do that in a manner that recognizes some savings and then reinvest that in other roads. So there's an example of us looking at different alternatives. Jesus Maria is another example where we did an innovative full depth reclamation project that saved millions of dollars, and we were able to get a fantastic road surface out of that for a percentage of what we would have done traditionally. So shifting gears on an overall program, it's still pretty ambitious. We have 16 projects identified. I promise in subsequent years it won't look like this, but this should be, and it's a wide range of projects. There's a few more paving programs. I want to highlight a couple of ones in particular though. O'Byrne's Ferry Road in Copper Cove, intersection improvements. That intersection is twice, it's the amount of collisions that have occurred there over the last 5 years. It is twice as high of an overall number of collisions as our next highest county maintained intersection. There are safety improvements that need to be done, and so we're exploring those and hopefully going to deliver those next year, in particular a northbound left turn from O'Byrne's Ferry onto Copper Cove. We have 3 bridges next year. One of them is fully funded and ready to go. That's the Shad Road project. I believe that's in District 2. The 2 other projects, Lime Creek and Manji Ranch, those are ready to go, but the state and federal government has had problems for years funding bridge replacements. And so while it's possible those could move, we anticipate that the state and federal government won't be able to fund those this year. Those may get pushed to 2022. Butte Fire Recovery, we have a couple of roads left as part of the Phase 1 program. Phase 2 is a number of other roads, including East and West Murray Creek, and I think Doster's in that list. And that will essentially end that program. We should complete that program and exhaust that funding by the end of that year. We'll have treated somewhere in the neighborhood of about 80 miles or so, and we're really proud of the work we've done there. By this time next year, we should be complete with all of the disaster recovery projects with the exception of the railroad flat slide at Highway 26. And two other projects I want to highlight, the Murphy's Lighting Project to expand decorative street lighting in the downtown area, and the State Route 4 Wagon Trail Project. So looking at our funding for this year, again, it's about $32 million, and breaking that down, roughly half is in road preservation projects. And as we present this chart to you in future years, it is my hope that this red slice of the pie, the emergency repair, goes away and it's replaced with safety projects. And I've identified with the board in the past the need to pursue and aggressively pursue safety projects. And this is some of the key projects. You'll see the first three are systemic safety projects that should go a long way at improving road safety throughout the county. This impacts all 5 supervisor districts. We're really excited about delivering those projects. We still have, after those 3 bridges that I talked about, we have 5 other bridge projects that we need to deliver. We'll hopefully deliver those by 2025 or 2026. I talked about the winter storm project on the railroad flat slide at Highway 26. That'll likely be a 2022 project. And then the Valley Springs Improvement Project, we've so far earmarked about, I would say, somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 million between local funding and what's called COG funding through the Regional Service Transportation Program, or RSTP funding. And we're hoping to work collaboratively with the COG and subsequent call for projects to potentially earmark additional funding. And this is in highlight of the study you guys looked at about a year ago from the COG to provide circulation improvements to Valley Springs Elementary School. And this would support that. And our hope is to deliver that in 2024. So in summary, we've made a lot of progress this last year. I'm really proud of our team. We do have a lot of projects scheduled for next year and beyond. They're primarily driven by federal grants and other restricted revenue sources. But hopefully this presents to you a thoughtful plan, a plan to aggressively deliver projects that are needed by the county, but consistent with your expectations, along with sound fiscal policies. And this is the 3rd year of us presenting this to you, and I think now with the track record that we have, you've come to expect this, and our hope is to continue to deliver this with you, for you to continue to provide comments and feedback and help guide our program in the future. So again, this is only a workshop. This is not there's no action item. The idea is to get feedback and comments from you and from the public, and to utilize that to bring back final action in early 2021. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Josh, you forgot to mention the 3 times that Old Birds Ferry Road was hit, or bridge was hit. We've had to do repairs and the K-rails and all of the other work that had to be done down there.
Yeah, and you make a good point, Supervisor Mills, and I want to highlight too that there's a lot of other stuff that's not in here. For example, I was looking at this a couple of days ago, and the debris removal for Independence Road in District 2, that was a $300,000 or so job that we didn't include in this list because it was more, debris removal. I hopefully you don't take away from the fact that this was all we did. First of all, even if that was all we did, that would be a lot of work. But this is on top of all of our things, including responding to emergencies like the O'Burns Ferry Road Bridge, and cooperating with our partners in Tuolumne County to bring some solutions there that I think that will improve safety, as well as how quickly we were able to respond to those issues in this last year. I think, especially with the previous problems we've had in the past, is a testament to our ingenuity.
I also want to note that 2 roads got dropped from the list that was on the schedule for last year. One was Hunt Road, the other Salt Springs Valley Road.
Okay. I don't remember those on the list. I will go back and look. I know especially Hunt Road, we've been doing some work with our own crews to pave small sections at a time. Both Hunt and Salt Springs are very low volume. They're pretty thrashed. I do recognize that those roads are in really poor shape. I don't recall those. I will go back and look, and we can certainly look at reintroducing those, but I do have concerns that paving a mile of Hunt Road, and those really need essentially reconstruction, that might affect a disproportionate amount of roads in other areas. But we'll certainly go back and reinvestigate, and if I did include those and make that commitment, we will see what we can do to reintroduce those in some meaningful fashion.
Well, if you can't find it, I'll go ahead and look it up because I have my folders at home.
Okay.
But it might be because of the amount of work that was needing to be done and not just a simple overlay. So I can understand why they would get lost. I just want to see at some point if they were going to be on the list maybe in 2025 or somewhere down the road when it would gotten to. Remember, you did a tour with a former Caltrans person and myself and Russ Thomas on that Hunt Road issue.
I did, and I recognize, and I want to highlight too that if roads are on the list, it's certainly not saying that there's not a need. We recognize that the need is disproportionate to the funding that we have, and so we have to make a choice. We essentially have $1 to spend and $5 worth of needs, and so no matter how we spend that, we're doing our best to kind of split up the rations that we have and ration it in a meaningful manner. But I recognize like roads like Hunt and those are roads that they have some regional access, but the volumes are very low. And so there's, that's, you see our decision-making process where, and the needs are significant. I mean, that road, especially both those roads, are just lashed. And so we recognize the need, but we also recognize that, using that could have a disproportionate effect on other roads. But I do recognize your comments, and we will go back and take a look at the commitments we made in the past.
And I noted, it isn't noted, but the safety work that was done around natural bridges to help get that under control this year just needs to be noted. You and the staff have just done a tremendous amount of work here that's, I don't think it's going to be equaled in a long time. To be able to put this many projects together, it's like, how do you top this kind of thing? So congratulations to everyone who has put their face to the work and made it all happen. It is noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Stopper?
Well, hopefully you put together the proper template for when you're gone so that they can continue this type of work moving into the future. I mean, you set a great example on how things need to be done. With that said, I want to also say thank you for your outreach to CSA 1 and the other CSAs for that matter, sending letters out to each individual homeowner, getting their input. I think that's gone another mile a lot farther than we have in the past when it comes to public outreach and trying to get input from the public on these. Not that you necessarily get a huge amount of response. Looking at these, you brought up the future projects that were in my district, Baldwin, Hart-Vixen, Jenny Lynn, Vista del Lago, that are to be determined. For good reason. I appreciate the outreach to the utility districts. I see you still have Garner and Curdy up here on the 2021 list. Those the utility districts got done, so I'm assuming those are going in with the CSA ones next year?
I will go back and verify, Supervisor. I believe Gardner and Kirby, even though they're within the boundary of the CSA 1, they are county-maintained roads. And
right,
so,
no, you are correct. They are county-maintained roads. What I was saying is that you're going to put the resources in the same areas to pave at the same time so that you aren't moving equipment back and forth across the county, is what you've talked about in the past.
Yeah, and I want to highlight, we haven't figured out how we're going to bundle these together. In reality, likely the stuff in the lower elevations will be bundled as a single project or maybe two projects, and then we'll bundle the higher stuff as another project. And, JOC provides additional flexibility on how to deliver these, and we utilize that this year with both the SB1 projects and the Butte Fire. We bundled Mountain Ranch Road and Sheep Ranch and Railroad Flat as a package. We bundled other roads that needed more attention in a different package. We bundled Parrott's Ferry and Murphy's Grade Road and Angels in Maine in a different package. So the combination in Burson was its own package. We did that through traditional bidding. So we took advantage of the tools we have to provide flexibility to deliver these projects. And I would say the geographic's a big point. And the other thing we'll have to do too is project type. So, you know, if Vista del Lago and Burson need two different types of treatment, that, you know, we'll likely bundle those in the types of treatment. But you make an absolutely good point that the geography plays a big role in this.
So are you confident that the ones you got put forward for 2021 can be facilitated through the same way you did this year?
Yes, I am. And like I said, Jock really was a huge part of us being able to do that. And I think in the coming months we'll be, you know, we already have some recommendations, but we'll be meeting in the field with our, to kind of piece these together on how we're going to do this. And I'm fully confident that, you know, between Jock and our other design practices, most, if not all of these are, you know, and certainly if we run into budget issues or things run higher, there's the you know, things that may need to be tweaked or things happen. But, you know, I'm very confident that the lion's share of this is going to be delivered.
Excellent. Thank you, Josh. I'm counting on it.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Josh, I just want to echo Supervisor Mills here. That, you know, the work that your crew has been getting done, your professional staff and your engineers, businesses, and your road crews in particular, has just been phenomenal. I know in my district, just about everybody's impressed with what you guys have been able to accomplish in a short amount of time. And so, you know, I just want to really express my gratitude. This is to all that your department has been able to do. And I know it will continue after your imminent departure, but I think this is a very good plan, and I appreciate all your work and the work of your team. Thank you.
Mr. Pack, I have several questions, and I'll just give you the questions.
Sure.
When is public comment due? You said you were looking for public comment. What is the difference? I wasn't clear, I understood, between roads at risk versus failed roads, and that's how you picked roads to do. And can the paving section be tracked to the pavement management program? Because the question is, well, how is it determined which roads are paved, and then we go to the pavement management program? So can they be cross-referenced? And I love the words you used, systemic safety projects. I'm interested in how you interpret that. And the one thank you I have to the team is the road maintenance request. It has drastically reduced the number of phone calls I get. Thank you. So you can answer those in any way you like.
Great, and those are really good questions. First of all, the first question was regarding public comment, and we have done a little bit of outreach to release the plan and let the public know. We haven't done big full-blown stuff. This is the process, this opportunity here that we have as part of the public comment period is certainly an opportunity. But in reality, folks have all year. As a matter of fact, the inclusion of the Oberst Ferry and Copper Cove was a conversation I had with a local property owner about 4 or 5 months ago. It wasn't on my radar, and then after that property owner brought it to our attention, we looked at the collision history and saw just how bad it was. I think it caught me by surprise, and that's where we said there's something we can do. It's also identified in the Copper Benefit Basin as a project, so there's an opportunity there to deliver a much-needed project. So I would say that comments are taken all year. I would say that if we don't get comments within the next week or two, it's my hope to revise this and get this as a final draft to the board in early January. But like I said, it's an iterative process. We're receiving comments from the public all year long, whether it's through our My Calaveras system. And so there's always time to provide comments and feedback. But as part of this particular document, I would say if we don't get comments by early next week, then or middle next week, that might not be in time to be reflected in the program. The second question you talked about, I talked about the roads at risk versus the failed roads, and so it's the treatment type. And so a road at risk can be treated with preventative treatments, things like chip seals, slurry seals, microsurfaces, those sort of things. A road that's failed, and Hunt Road that Supervisor Mills identified as a good example, that's a failed road. Those need more significant treatments like an overlay. I wouldn't even necessarily use an overlay. You're looking at reconstruction, like a complete regrind and full depth reclamation and reconstruction. Those are very costly projects. And so when you put a chip seal or a slurry seal on the top of a road, in order to extend its existing useful life, you can get a lot more years out of it at a much reduced cost versus ignoring that and then having to deal with a failed road. The other thing with a failed road is once a road's failed, it's kind of like school. Once you fail a class, there's nothing lower than an F. And this is the same case here. So roads can't fail even more. And so the treatment for those roads remains the same. And so the idea is if you treated all the worst roads first, you'd be chasing your tail because by the time you started to get caught up, all those roads at risk would then fall into a failed category or poor category. So that's why we want to attack the ones at risk first. You talked about our paving sections and how it's involved in the pavement management system. Absolutely. In the coming months, we're planning to input all this spate of work that we've done in the last year or so. That will be inputted into our pavement management system. It'll be reflected in a new pavement condition index, which is a score from 0 to 100. I want to highlight, though, that the pavement management system is a first step. We should never rely solely on computers to give us the answers. And the first iteration of this gave us roads that they just were roads that were disproportionate with our own values. And so, it's a good first step. It identifies, treatments and locations that are needed. And then it takes the skilled eye to take those other things into effect, things like volumes, traffic volumes, regional accessibility. The system doesn't utilize those factors of road into its calculations. So, not to pick on, a low volume road may have the same score as Murphy's Grade Road, but Murphy's Grade Road carries a lot more benefit to a region as maybe a smaller local road. So I want to highlight that it's a good tool. It gives us a snapshot of what's going on, but I would not use that solely to make the decisions or take ourselves out of the decision-making process. The last question was about systemic safety. And really, systemic safety is looking at an entire road system and being able to do low-cost, high-benefit projects that benefit a region, a series of roads. And a good example is high-visibility striping. We have a grant in right now that we'll likely get approval for early next year, about $1.6 million to stripe about 100 miles of road with high-visibility striping. By taking a large-scale approach to do simple safety projects on a lot of miles of road, studies show that you get a much better benefit doing that than looking at one curve or looking at one intersection. And O'Byrne's Ferry and Copper Cove aside, because that has a disproportionate high amount of accidents, I could spend on an intersection and save 2 or 3 accidents, and the same amount of money on 100 miles of road, I can reduce 100 or 200 accidents. And so it's really a new way to look at safety instead of looking at spot locations and trying to deal with the single worst spot, to predict accidents over a system of roads and then deliver improvements before those accidents occur to reduce those accidents. So I think I hit all of your spots. If I missed anything, let me know. I'd be happy to follow up.
No, you did. You had them. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pack. We look forward to seeing that next in January or February as a fluid wrap.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Hi, is everyone doing all right? Okay. I'd like to move to item 30, Economic and Community Development, a presentation by the Chamber of Commerce.
There we go.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Kathy Galino here, along with Morgan Gache from the Chamber, to give you an update on what the Chamber's been doing for the county, all the great work that they have going on, the outreach and the camaraderie that we've had with them, especially during the COVID pandemic that's going on. So I will run the slides for Morgan, and I'd like to turn it over to her.
Thanks, Kathy. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's an honor to present to you today on behalf of the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce and the Calaveras Business Resource Center, which I will subsequently be referring to as the CBRC. In normal times, I would be standing before you and have representation from my chamber board, especially it being my freshman year here. But in case you have any questions at the end that I may not be able to answer, I'll make sure that my board contacts you and provides any clarity that's needed. And I will say before I start, I'm going to define we, because unfortunately my face is typically the one associated with the chamber. But I actually represent quite a few on behalf of the 205 businesses we represent, but also my phenomenal administrative assistant, Heidi, and my incredible board, which I am so grateful to. So oftentimes I will say we, and that is what it represents. As a membership-based organization, the Chamber, like many of our businesses, has struggled for survival. We spent months living in that space of, is this my last week? And so all the while we've been advocating for and educating businesses on how they can receive funding, most of which we actually didn't qualify for as a 501c6. If you are not a business owner yourself, it may sound like there's copious amounts of funding out there available to businesses. And I have to say, there may be a lot of funding for certain businesses, but there are many businesses who are outliers to this funding made by the criteria of both state and federal funding resources. There are business owners in our county who are not just fighting for the survival of their employees, but they're fighting for the survival of themselves and their household. In March, there was a lot of confusion. And as you recall, it was, what is COVID? It's what can businesses do? What can they not do? And what resources are available to them. Kathy, can you go to the next slide for me? Thank you.
Can everybody see that okay?
I think we're good.
Yes.
From the start, we knew that being the boots on ground and getting connected to understand the need of our businesses was vital. So we placed over 500 calls across the county and discovered who was open, how they were open, and ensured they knew the resources that were available to them early on, including the economic injury disaster loans and the paycheck protection programs. We were one of the only business support locations that were taking business COVID calls 24/7 for the first 4 months. And we definitely had businesses that took advantage of that because they were busy, working sometimes 7 days a week, and some of them still are. We even provided a safe location for our business owners to come into the CBRC and take advantage of the computer lab that we have in order to apply for applications because they themselves didn't have access, whether it was online or through computers. Early on, our restaurants were really unsure of how to stay open or if they should stay open. And so we partnered with the Calaveras Visitors Bureau and began calling every restaurant in Calaveras County to see if they were open, how they were open, and so we could compile it in a list. We called, applicably, the restaurants open in that town and had it shared for almost every location in Calaveras County. We shared it all over social media and through eBlast to ensure the community could continue to support their favorite local eateries. Subsequently, we started a retail list as well, including websites and Facebook links to encourage people to shop online. And as we find ourselves in this horrible second wave, we are back at square one and we are on the phones again, calling every restaurant to make sure that one of the heaviest hit industries is still getting support from our community. Next slide, Kathy. One of the safest ways that we knew that we could support our community was through online content. So videos, articles, interviews, resource links, and anything that we could find that was some sort of assistance, we provided. We were the first in the county to bring in experts and leaders to provide assistance and messages of hope to our businesses. Whether it's a business consultant, SBA, SBDC, Motherlode Job Training, or leadership from the county, like you see there on the screen with our Madam Chair, we knew it was essential to share as much relevant information as possible. We were also the first to identify the banks participating in the Paycheck Protection Program, which seems like it was eons ago, but that was a major deal when it was first released. And so we got on the phone and called every bank in Calaveras County to see who was participating, and then published the list for people to call as soon as possible. We created over a dozen surveys at the onset of the pandemic that provided heart-wrenching data. And when I say heart-wrenching, and you as supervisors know, because I know your constituents are conversing with you in the same way, it was truly heart-wrenching to hear the stories of how businesses are coping, the needs that they have, and then what resources they've utilized thus far. Next slide, Kathy. Thank you. A couple of months into the pandemic, many of our businesses ran into the lovely analysis paralysis, or information fatigue. There was a constant feed of new information coming from credible sources that often didn't match. So after speaking with some of our amazing partners in the county and City of Angels Camp and some private sector leaders, it was clear that we all felt the need to provide clarity on the guidelines put forth by the state instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. So the concept of unpacking the resilience roadmap was birthed. Whether it was our lovely Kathy Galino from Economic and Community Development, Debbie Ponte from Destination Angels Camp, Colleen Rodriguez from Public Health, Kristen Stranger from Health and Human Services, Lisa Medina from Environmental Health, Emily Graham from Motherlode Job Training, Sandra Hess from Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance, or our lovely Martin Hubbardy from Calaveras Visitors Bureau. Together with these amazing partners, we grouped together to help clarify the ambiguous and daunting guidelines from the state. The Chamber hosted the Unpacking the Resilience Roadmap for each business sector relevant to our businesses in Calaveras. Not only did we have the live attendees, but we shared the videos out to the community and had hundreds of views after we posted them out. I even had businesses reach out to me from outside of the county saying that they used us as a resource for resources and for information before they went to their own county. So I would say that's pretty amazing. All right, next slide, please. It became clear early on that in addition to hosting roundtables, we really needed to create a live living document that gathered updated information from all the resources that we were following and talking about in the roundtables, whether it was CDC, Governor's Office of Business, California Department of Public Health, Calaveras Public Health, SBA, SBDC, you get the list. The document included signage for businesses to use for safety protocols, how to manage employees through COVID, where to get PPE, and how to transition to e-commerce, and a lot more. Kathy, next page, please. It truly was a privilege to work with our local and state government through unique business outreach. Because of Health and Human Services, we had an opportunity to house and distribute free PPE on behalf of the state to our businesses in Calaveras County. PPE was a challenge to find and expensive if you could find it early on in the pandemic, and kind of still now. So the resource was and still is heavily utilized. Because the Chamber and the CBRC were so active early on with providing resources to our rural business community, I had the privilege of getting to know Isabel Guzman, Director of the Office of the Small Business Advocate. She reached out to me and asked if I was willing to participate in her GoBiz podcast called Made in California. It allowed me to showcase how resilient our business community is and how the Chamber and CBRC partnered with other leadership to unleash the guidelines set forth by the state. This allowed me to feature 3 individuals who are pivoting their businesses to accommodate through the pandemic. The first one was Scott Clan of Newsom Harlow. Then we had Lisa Bolton, who invented shopcalaveras.net, and then Susan Weatherby from Moke Hill Nuts. The podcast gave the visibility to Calaveras businesses across the country on how rural businesses do it right. So additionally, and thanks to Kathy Galino, the Chamber and the CBRC were able to support and heavily campaign for Census 2020 through hundreds of phone calls. So thank you to the community that bared with us as we dialed each and every one, and social media interviews with Josh Pack, who we just heard from, and also from Scott Nanick from the Calaveras County Office of Education. We got to discuss how census impacted not only their departments, but individual community members. I also had the opportunity to present on behalf of rural communities, along with Supervisor Ryan Campbell from Tuolumne, for the Census Pep Rally. I also had the honor of getting to meet Senator Umberg, Secretary of State Padilla, State Senator Dr. Pan, and also State Assembly Member Mark Berman. Next slide, please. As we all know, the lovely theme word of this year is pivot. And we had some incredible programs that we've used in the Chamber in the past, one of which was On the Right Track. That was an annual event we held for graduating seniors in high school. The event allowed them to learn basic life skills that aren't necessarily on high school curriculum. It could be how to write a check. It could be, why do I have to pay money to use a credit card? And many, many more opportunities for them to learn. This event gained a lot of traction, and we historically have gotten sponsorships that we would use or scholarships for our graduating seniors. Obviously, because we weren't unable to have that event this last year in May, we still wanted to give the graduating seniors an opportunity to not miss out on one more thing. They missed out on so many of the graduating experiences that so many of us got to experience, and we did not want to be contributing to that. So we decided to come up with a senior scholarship raffle where 100% of the proceeds would be going towards those scholarships. So in thanks to our contributors who donated the prizes and our community who donated for tickets, we were able to raise over $2,500 for the graduating seniors. Another event that we had to reinvent was our State of the County. Some of you may have participated in this in the past, which was traditionally a speaker or two over a breakfast and for limited attendance. And this year, more than ever, we felt that it was important to share the message of where the state of our county was by making it public access. So in special thanks to Martin Huberty of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau and Film Commission, we partnered up and did 11 episodes for State of the County, all held virtually, safely, and interviewed all over, from Congressman McClintock to Abby Browning from the State Office of Emergency Services, from Scott Nanick, Office of Education, to Doug Archer, Mark Twain Medical Center, and of course, Mayor Oliveira. And to some of you that were also in this room here, Madam Chair, Al Alt, Kristen Stranger, and Kathy Galino also participated. They spoke on issues facing our businesses in the community and Calaveras County at large. Our nation has not experienced the message of shop local more than it has today. Recognizing the need to not only encourage shopping local, but to dine local, drink local, and use local services, we created the Choose Calaveras campaign, hence the logo that you see there on your screen. The goal is to create a county pride, to really showcase the offerings our county businesses have to offer, and encourage individuals in the county and visitors to pause before they automatically go to Amazon or leave the county to do their shopping. We want to keep our dollars local. Over the course of the next year, we're going to be continuing to campaign to educate the community on what unique offerings the county truly has. Additionally, we're going to be providing training and resources for businesses to make it easy for people to give them their money. While Choose Calaveras was created by the Chamber and the CVRC, it's an inclusive campaign for all to embrace and really to be proud of what the county has to offer. Next slide, please. In anticipation of the second wave that we are now in of COVID-19, but also recognizing that there is probably not a time more than ever we have needed to experience the holiday spirit, we decided to have an event called Keep the Cheer Here. Keep the Cheer Here is a county-wide holiday outdoor decorating contest, and it really affects and impacts 3 different kinds of people. There are homeowners that are participating that really want to showcase their home. There are business owners who not only like to decorate, but they also want the promotion for their business. And then there's the families that are involved that really want to experience the Calaveras holiday spirit in a safe way, but still accessing it through our live map that we have online. I have to say, this is absolutely a fundraiser, not a fundraiser. 100% of the money is really going back into using prizes, trophies, and resources from our local businesses here in Calaveras County. I am very hopeful and excited about the potential of the partnership that we can have with Community and Economic Development, the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, for the EDA grant. Kathy Martin and I have spent countless hours discussing, planning, and trying to think of how we can provide the best resources for our business community. And so we continue in anticipation, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get that very soon. And then in discussions with the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency Director, Stacy Johnston, my predecessor, we realized the importance of providing opportunities to our low-income individuals who may dream of owning their own business one day. We're working on a plan that would provide educational opportunities to support their dreams. And then finally, the CVRC has a mission of serving as a hub for businesses by creating a thriving economy in Calaveras and fostering the long-term prosperity. We are so incredibly grateful to the county, to you as supervisors, for your support of the CVRC through the Hubbard building. Though we've had to keep our doors locked for walk-ins, it has been heavily utilized to serve as a hub for businesses, picking up resources, needing a safe place to meet, using our computer lab, or as a revolving door for individuals coming to Motherlode job training, looking for employment assistance, or businesses that are looking for manpower. In addition to the potential growth from the EDA grant, we're waiting on final approval for the CVRC to become a 501c3. This will provide many more opportunities for the CVRC to continue to serve Calaveras County businesses. Though I am, as I said, in my freshman year here, I feel like we have hit the ground running from day one. We have a long way to go. We have big dreams and big plans, and looking forward to 2021 being an even more successful year and hopefully COVID-free. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share. And I have to say, if any of this information was new to anyone watching, then I encourage you to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, on our website, because we are constantly funneling out information. So it would be a really great resource for you. And with that, if any of you have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer at this time.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Morgan. I have to say, you and I met just before the COVID took off, and you definitely had a heck of a freshman year. But I really want to thank you. I think what's happening here is exactly. Unfortunately, it took COVID to make it all happen. But all the agencies working with the county, trying to work together is just. I hope it's working because it feels good, at least what I'm looking at. And I'm seeing some real innovation amongst several businesses. Yesterday, I was online with Calaveras Grown, and I bought Gold Country Roasters coffee. I think I bought some baked goods from down in Wallace, vegetables from the high school garden, and they're all delivered to my local library branch for a 3% service fee. So I'm seeing some innovations that I hope will keep long term. When we come out of this tunnel, we could be in a better space. Let's hope.
Thank you
for all you're doing, Morgan.
Thank you.
Did you have anything?
Thank you, Morgan, for all the work you've done. And like Jack says, your freshman year was highly involved with a lot of different things and a lot of different obstacles that you had to work through. I do have a question on Keep the Cheer Here, your contest. When's the last date that you can sign up for that?
You have plenty of time, Supervisor Tofinelli, don't worry.
Okay. I wanted the public to know, though, a specific date, too.
Yes, thank you so much. So the final date is actually going to be on Friday the 18th, because at that point we will be judging and distributing trophies and prizes on Monday the 21st. So Friday the 18th.
Friday the 18th, and then judging will start going forward from there. And the 21st, you will give out all the winners, and they'll be published on your website?
Yes, so go to calaveras.org, O-R-G, and it will be there. And additionally, if you're a family that just wants to safely drive around in your vehicle to see that holiday spirit, it is going to have a live map up on our website on Friday, December 11. So
Absolutely wonderful.
take advantage of that.
Absolutely wonderful. And again, to enter, you can go to your website and fill out an application or whatever what you need to do, and then you can go through your website for the $25 fee and pay it through the website also?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Are you looking for judges? I think Gary
Just-
volunteered. He's working on it.
I wouldn't be opposed if you need somebody to judge.
Well, keep that in mind. We actually need someone to dress up as an elf to distribute gifts.
Oh,
so.
That would fit Jack perfectly.
I'm on crutches, brother. It's all you.
Even better.
Supervisor Mills.
You get to be the elf on the shelf. Anyway, Morgan, you can remember in college days being pledged and going through hazing. I don't think we could have planned this hazing you've gone through this year, but you stood the test of time, and hopefully everything will only get better from here. So it's been a challenge. I don't think that anyone in their job application could have said, I want to go through this, but you've done well. So congratulations in getting through this first year, and everything should be uphill from here.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills.
Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, Morgan. And, a few things you brought up, going in, you switched gears. You had to start thinking outside the box, along with a lot of other entities, and getting, it was great that you all came together the way you have, and support, not just sort of the support of the businesses, but the employees that have been displaced. And there's something you brought up about the outliers. And this is something that's been a reality since the very beginning. These funds did come from the state, they did come from the feds, but not everyone fit in the hole, because a lot of these holes were square, and a lot of these businesses are round pegs, so to say. And so, they didn't qualify. And this is a big concern. Keep working with mother job training. It's not always the business, but it's the employees, because we need to be able to staff businesses later, and we want to keep these employees within our county. They're valued people. And there's, talking with the economic development, Central Sierra Economic Development, and Dave Thiene on the Mother job training agency. There's some other opportunities for people for money for bills that that haven't been used up. So please look towards them and talk to him to access those also. in the future. And just thank you for everything you've done. You know, it hasn't been easy, and I'm glad you stood up straight and and worked hard. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper.
Are there still free PPEs available for the businesses?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for saying that. We do. In fact, we just advertised that again yesterday. So if there are any businesses that still need PPE, it's not an indefinite bottomless well, but it's supposed to be until you get an order. So if you do not have it, we have face coverings, we have gloves, and we have a limited supply of individual size hand sanitizers. So please contact us at the chamber, and we will set up a time. In fact, in the beginning, it was almost like I was a ice cream truck driving down Murphy's, throwing out free PPE, for the first couple of weeks. It's dwindled down, but we're seeing definitely a trend upward again as we see more closures. So please definitely reach out to us. We have it.
Well, as a former president of the chamber, I really, really appreciate the positive, we're going to make something happen. Everything you mentioned was all positive, and the fact that you've reached out to businesses in innumerable different ways, whether it was social media or whether it was phone calls, the partnerships that the chambers put together, and recognizing the innovation that many of our businesses have experienced. You mentioned Clan, Bolton, and Weatherby as 3 examples. And I think if we can keep dealing with the positive like you're doing, it'll do magic for us during the second or third wave. It's truly appreciated. Thank you. And thank for Kathy Galino for partnering also. Appreciate it. Are there any other questions or comments? Any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Galino, for bringing this to us.
You're welcome.
I'd like to move to item 31. I know I've usually gotten you out by noon for the last few months, but it was time that we stayed a little longer. So, Mr. Osborne, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I am.
He just woke up.
Did you hear that, John?
Yes, I heard that too. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. What I have is a review.
Wait, John, just a minute. We're laughing at you. I mean, for you, with you, not at you. Yeah, he was just talking about your bid hair, that you and Supervisor Garamendi and Al Alt have or don't, as the case may be. Okay.
Yeah, we all seem to magically find the same barber.
Okay. Mr. Osborne, could you please proceed? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. What I have for you today is just a preview of something that we're going to roll out onto our public website. I wanted the board to see this before very many people of the public saw it. First of all, I need to thank 3 important departments that have collaborated on this with OES. And the first one is the GIS team, better known as the GIS Ninjas. They have really helped in bringing what you're about to see to fruition, and have helped shape what I wanted to do and made it a reality. The second is IT. Stan and his team. Stan is as excited as I am to be able to be providing this kind of information, and we've even talked today about some of the future iterations of this website that you're going to see in the near future. And lastly is public health. We have been partnering with them and looking towards them to see, what kind of data they're was available and that it was accurate. So, so I appreciate all the input from those departments. And without further ado, I'll share my screen and show you what we've been collaborating on. So what you see on the screen before you is what we've termed the Calaveras County Community Information Center. Most of what you see here in these upper tabs are all GIS-based informational sites. The first being this one here. It is a COVID-19 site, and you can actually check on any county here in the state. We start with C, so we are right towards the top of the list. And if you click on that, it provides an awful lot of information about not only our county, but the COVID cases and the downstream effects of that. The bigger information, and then you can actually scroll down, and it will give you some information about schools and things like that. This is brought to us by Cal OES, and we have our collaboration has a vision for a little bit different, more personalized to our county representation of this. I'll switch over here to Nevada County and show you what they've done with the very similar technology that we're using here, and we're looking to develop something like this as far as the COVID board. So switching back, in thinking about rolling out this information center, I tried to get my mind wrapped around, or we tried to get our mind wrapped around the common things that people may want to know about, especially during urgent or emergency times, and things that affect us as on a county-wide basis. So of course that leads us right into PSPSs. And this is the PSPS, PG&E's PSPS site, and you can actually click on this and see any outage across the state, really, but also across the county. This is the only one that's active in the county right now, and it's by Phoenix Lake. And they are on site to review that, or to restore power. The next is our near and dear to our heart, the evacuation application. It's present here just as a convenience factor to make it more convenient for people to look at. The next one is our webcams. These are actually fire cams. So oftentimes when we have a fire here in the county, people can dig out these sites and look at a particular fire camera. This is Sierra Vista, and it looks like it's looking to the south. And there's other kinds of cameras on this as well, such as if you click over here on Highway 99, it will show you what the traffic looks like if you're about to go on a trip. Moving right along to the fire incidents page, we tweaked a page that provided worldwide fire data, and we've made it our own. This representation here, you can see all of the 2020 fire incidents that we've had up and down the state. And the circle here that you see is actually an active fire. So that's the Creek Fire. It's still at 96% contained. So there's still crews actively working on that fire. If you see the little dot here, that would be the Walker Fire that we had earlier, and it provides some empirical data about the fire itself. The next, moving into weather, because weather is directly tied to fire incidents, PSPS events, and things like that. We have a couple of different weather choices that we've provided here. This one is a map that is currently set to look at wind patterns, and so that helps us here in Calaveras determine where the winds are coming from, and when you look at the broader picture, why they're coming that way. The Santa Anas that we had earlier this week in Southern California were because there was a high right here, and the lows were coming up and then catching that south wind and causing those Santa Anas. There's a lot of click around ability in here that I won't bore you guys with if you're not a weather geek. The next one are the PG&E weather stations, and the idea behind having this is these are the weather stations that PG&E uses to make real-time decisions about PSPS events and about fire weather behavior. And as we kind of hone in on Calaveras County, it's currently set to wind speed. So you can see the wind speed and direction within the county. That's helpful to know if there's a fire and you're wondering if it might be blowing your way or away from you. It's also very handy. You can switch and it will give you data like humidity. That's important if you're looking at, whether or not you can, in the middle of summer, you should go out and mow your lawn after 10 a.m., which you shouldn't. But you can actually see here that the relative humidity is still relatively low for this time of year, some down in the teens there. And then the last is air quality. And this was directly tied to the smoke that we had this summer. We thought that it might be useful to have this kind of information current. In preparing for this presentation today, I've kind of been able to keep an eye on Calaveras. This is actually at the Government Center, the sensor. And we did bump up into the yellow, which was mildly unhealthy, but it's nice to see that we are back down into the green. So again, our idea about this was to make this a one-stop shop for critical information's sources that influence what happens in Calaveras and the emergencies that take place around here. So that is what I have for you today, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Stopper.
Real quick, on the COVID page, how often is that updated and what's the lag on it? Is that from last Friday, the posting?
This particular website from Cal OES is actually real time. It has.
No, go and leave it on that page.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing it to see if it's moved anything at all.
It's hard for me to completely make out the words, but I think the was not that one. It was the next page down. Yeah, that one. That broken heart, is that hospitalizations?
That is ICU beds.
That are open or filled?
That are available.
Okay.
And I actually believe that number should be 7 here in our county. But this is,
okay.
So the bed is obviously licensed beds. This is staffed beds, so beds that are available and have nurses and support personnel. This is our daytime population. Excuse me. Total businesses, total employees, at-risk populations by either with disabilities, older than 65, households without vehicles.
Yeah, that's
there's a lot of data here.
There is.
And we liked this particular page, but as just in the time since the regional health orders came out, we're all at some point data consumers, including myself, and and the people that have been collaborating on this. And we liked this in the beginning, but now that things have shifted, it doesn't really answer a lot of our questions, like how many ICU beds are available, how many are filled, what's our, some of that data that really answers the regional questions. And that's why we're hoping to develop a little bit more Calaveras-centric story map and roll it out, similar to what Nevada County has done.
Well, you've been working real well with tech, and it looks pretty user-friendly. You've come a long ways in putting all this together. It looks good. Thanks, John.
Thank you. It's all our tech and GIS ninjas. They're really good at what they do.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you. John, is this live? Can we, is this something we can log on to now?
Yes, our intention was to show it to you folks. We always like to keep you guys in the very much know, and it will be live in the very near future. But what you're seeing is live data population. So it's active, and we're just going to actually stand it up onto the website either later today or tomorrow.
What is the website?
Well, right now, it'll actually be a button on our homepage for the county. It'll probably be right here in this little blank area.
Okay.
And anybody can click on it. We've lovingly referred to it as the Calaveras County Community Info Center. And so it'll be up and available here shortly.
Mr. Garamendi?
I just, thanks, John, for answering my question, and thank the Doug and Dan over in the GIS Ninjas, and Stan and all the crew. It's amazing what these guys can produce.
Mr. Osborne, is it going to show the positivity rate?
That kind of data is, there is literally a plethora of just COVID-19 data out there. And our hope with this is to distill that down into a more consumable product. So I'm not sure if that data is really out there. We would have to go out there and find a reasonable source for it. Part of what you see here with all of these different tabs is right now they go out and find the data and keep it up to date. It's really fire and forget in the sense of there's nobody behind the scenes feeding this data in every 3 or 5 minutes. And our hope is that during the pandemic, all of the things that we have going on here in Calaveras County, that we don't get that granular to the point where we have to depend on somebody coming up with a spreadsheet or emailing or inputting data for us. We want to be able to go out in Cyberland, extract this data, and bring it home to Calaveras County and represent it visually so that people can make sense of it and get their questions answered.
Mr. Osborne, my concern is that the figures that this has and the figures that public health comes out with on Tuesday and Friday are a close match. Because, as you're right, people are being very data-centric these days, and they want to know, well, how come it shows 5 beds when Mr. Archer said there was only 1 in ICU, and it shows whatever for a number of cases, and public health shows a different amount. So that's, excuse me, just the one concern I have. And I have talked to Ms. Stranger about the positivity rate, because we used to do it and we've stopped, and that is one of the questions I get on what is our positivity rate, because we are encouraging people to be tested. Thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know that Kristen had talked about doing the reporting on COVID by zip code. Will you be able to put that in so if somebody living in Copperopolis, they can just click on Copperopolis and they know right there how many cases are current?
Yes, that is our goal. We have reached out to some of our IT friends, GIS friends, and OES friends around the region. This happens to be Nevada counties, and they actually have that it's split up by zip code. So we're working with them to not reinvent that wheel and hope to bring something more like this to us that actually provides some of the percentages, like the total cases. Of those total cases, 32% of them are active. Here is Nevada counties, their total deaths, which is 0.95% of the total cases. So it does bring a lot of that data more home to us and presents it in a visual manner that's pretty easy to understand. So, and that's one of the things to address Madam Chair's concern about the difference in data. This data actually comes from, it's reported from our public health to CDPH. And then, so there may be a slight difference. We've spot checked this particular one, and Kristen and her team have viewed this and found it as acceptable and reliable. So we are going to continue to partner with them to bring a product that is improved and refined towards their needs and our residents' needs to answer questions better.
Yeah, John, the real point is going to be the accuracy and the quality of the information. If people feel that the information is not concurrent and it's not accurate, they're going to walk away from it very quickly.
Yes, that is very true, sir. And that's why we've been careful in our data selection to know that it comes from trusted partners and reliable sources.
Thank you, John.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public, please?
No public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Did you?
Thank you, folks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Osborne, appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I'd like to move to item 32. Do any of you have any comments on the calendar?
Anything, Mr. Mills?
Yeah.
What am I going to do about it?
Sorry. You were being humorous. I
know.
had to follow through with it.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please, on approving our calendar for next year.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Tuffanelli. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
A second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. Ms. Turner, are you with us now? Rebecca?
I'm here.
Oh, hi. Mr. Mills, you pulled item 23.
I did. Ms. Turner, I went through some backgrounding on this election, and my research indicates that all systems used in California use the weighted race feature, and not just the 40 of the 58 counties that are using Dominion in their systems. Did you know whether or not that feature was turned on or turned off in our system?
We do not use a weighted race.
In the case of the ballot images that are scanned into the machines, do you save those images as a QR code or some type of code?
So yes, they're essentially saved as part of the election. They are stored on the computers that the ballots were scanned on.
Okay. In the case of those people that may not be U.S. citizens, in what way did elections confirm whether or not a person was a U.S. citizen prior to voting in the federal election?
So that is part of the registration process itself. And we do follow if they are in the DMV database and the DMV has checked their registration status or their citizenship. We go with that as far as they shouldn't be in the DMV database if they are not U.S. citizens. We do also, when we receive the registration cards, we look, because each voter who registers is to check yes or no whether or not to citizenship. And if that is not checked, we follow up with the registrants. And if it is marked no, obviously, we also follow up with the registrants to find out why it's marked no.
But your office or your poll workers do not confirm at any time whether or not someone is a U.S. citizen?
The poll workers definitely do not confirm whether or not somebody is a citizen. Again, it is checked during the registration process if they marked yes or no. It does essentially fall on the individual that if for some reason it was found out they were not a citizen, they would be the one liable for registering as if they were.
So did we have any state-only ballots available for this election?
We can always make state-only ballots available. The only times they're typically utilized is for federal overseas voters. So voters who currently reside outside of the country with unknown amounts of time when they're going to return, they would vote a federal-only ballot.
You know that many states are being sued right now over the concept of changing the rules immediately preceding an election, and that Mr. Padilla sent out an emergency change to voting rules about 30 days before this election. That violates the Electors Clause in the Constitution. You're aware of that?
So in our instance, there was not any rules specifically changed that would have impacted how we would have conducted the election, primarily because we had already switched to become a Voter Choice Act county. And so a lot of the rules that went into play that I think you're referencing primarily impacted counties that were polling place only counties prior to the election. So if anything, any rules we enabled, all they did was further assist voters. As far as ballot tracking was new for November. But anything else that was new only impacted the counties that weren't already a Voters' Choice Act county.
In the case of Hard Inter Civic, since we have purchased that equipment, has there been any updates?
Yes, there was one update prior to the March primary.
Did they provide you that off of the internet or via flash drive, or how did they do it?
No, we never update our system via. If there's an update, an actual technician comes out and they have the software, and we witness it go onto the computer. So again, nothing from the internet ever goes onto those computers that are counting ballots.
Are you aware of all of the software updates themselves and what
Yes.
they entail?
Yes, in order for a software update to be put into place, first of all, it has to pass federal certification, and then in our state, we also have a certification for any software that it has to pass through as well. And in order for us to even put software on, the state has to give us permission. So we can't just update the computers without those processes going into place. And in addition, anytime we update our software, we're required to send the latest version to the state as well.
In this election, as you know, I appeared in person to vote, and there were ballot stickers that were used at the polls. Once a sticker was placed, it covered or partially covered the signature of a previous voter. Were those signatures used or compared for registration, or what was the purpose of signing those stickers?
The purpose is to compare the signature, and the signature, now that we switched from the paper roster to the electronic roster, is compared automatically. So at the time that you signed, that is when it would have been compared against the database of the voter registration.
And why was I asked for my birth date?
To confirm that it was you. So we are typing your name into a database that may have multiple, so we request the date of birth to verify that we have the proper voter prior to issuing the ballot.
Do you understand the reason for my questions?
I'm looking for where this is leading.
Okay, because I'm really concerned about whether or not what happened here in California and in Calaveras County is what we're dealing with in many of the other states in the union. And this is a federal election, it's not a state election, so we have to follow the Constitution and the rules of the electors in the Constitution. It has nothing to do with the rules of the state at that point. The state only elects the electors. So I'm just very concerned that if your office can't confirm the eligibility of a person to vote in an election, and we count that ballot, whether or not we're diluting the vote, and in essence creating an issue with equal protection clause of the Equal Rights Act 1964. That's where I'm going with it.
Do you have a formal complaint you'd like to make, Mr. Mills,
No,
for the election?
I will eventually be doing that, but it has to go through this process. So with that, I'm only explaining to you and to the public why I will not be supporting the certification for this election today.
Okay,
Supervisor Mills, did you just say you'll be filing a suit against us?
A complaint, sir.
A complaint?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't think the president wants the vote in this county overturned. Did pretty well here. All right.
I would like to point out part of the canvas, some of the things we looked at in addition is how voters are registered, and if the results were to turn the opposite direction of what we would expect based on our voter registration, we would call that into question and then look into matters further. As it happens, our results turn out exactly like what we would expect with our current party registration. So.
I appreciate your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Mr. Stopper?
I just want to thank you for doing your due diligence and working the process so transparently, Rebecca. It's there may be into question other parts of the United States, but I have solid confidence in how you conducted yourself in Calaveras County, and I do appreciate the way you have. So thank you, thank your staff, thank the poll workers out there from both sides that watched this entire process, and you allowing everyone to do as such. It's a great honor to be able to vote in this country, and I appreciate you adhering to our Constitution and the way things have proceeded throughout this process this year. We can question other areas, but I have full confidence in you. With that, Ms. Callaway, if you want to pull public comment first.
Are there any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, but I want to, Rebecca, you and your department do a very good job. I'm very proud of you and all of your staff. And the only thing I have to comment is next election, use someone else's phone. I lost mine for 2.5 weeks. Other than that, great job.
You lost your
and
phone?
I would second the motion that
You lost your phone?
they used the AT&T connection for outreach to the other polls, and when they shut it off, it shut my phone off, and AT&T refused to turn it back on, and it was a big drawn-out thing, just going on and on.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any public comments on this?
There are no public comments.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like the motion for a resolution declaring the results of the canvass for the presidential general election held on November 3. I had a motion by Supervisor Stopper.
So
a
moved, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes on a 401. Supervisor Mills in opposition. Thank you. I'd like to move to supervisor comments. Do any of you have anything you want to say? We are going to be out of here by 4 or sooner, so keep it short.
Closed session.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. We have to be done by 4 o'clock so we can go back into closed session. Ooh, not used to these long meetings anymore. Okay, Mr. Mills, do you have something? No, nothing? Mr. Tuffanelli?
I have a Mountain Valley EMS meeting tomorrow,
Okay,
9 a.m. It'll be a Zoom meeting.
Mr. Stopper?
I had a Central Sierra Economic Development meeting a few weeks ago. I just want to reiterate that there's other avenues to help some people out there. There is some money out there through these hard and trying times, especially going into the holiday season like we are. So, if anybody out there thinks that they may qualify for something, there's stuff to help pay your bills. Go to Motherlode Job Training. They have the clear path for you to be able to file for those. Other than that, Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you.
Mr. Garamendi.
Nothing from him.
Okay, I have an Area 12 Agency on Aging meeting this week.
Oh,
Yes.
I do have something. CMCA yesterday, we did approve the block grant. We had a quorum. We made it. By one, we made it.
I would have called in Supervisor Mills, but I was in the x-ray room with my wife at the hospital. So.
I'm sorry. That's more important. That's way more important. But anyway, we did approve the block grant for next year. So,
Okay,
all good.
thank you. Ms. Simpson, do you have anything?
No, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, we look forward to having you for a little while longer, unless you know something we don't, and then we want to know what it is. Susan, do you have anything you'd like to share?
No, thank you. Just give me a 10-minute break when you're done.
Okay, Mr. Alt, do you have anything?
No, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair. Just looking forward to the rest of closed session at 4.
Okay, Miss Edwards, do you have anything?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We're going into closed session. We'll reconvene next Tuesday. And it will be the last meeting for Mr. Mills, Mr. Pack, and Ms. Stranger. Thank you.